Every year on the 8th of March, International Women's Day is celebrated across the globe. It's a day to recognise female achievement and a call to action, encouraging everyone to stand up for women's rights and gender equality. Gender equality means no matter your gender, you're granted the same rights, privileges, and access to opportunities as everyone else. You may be thinking, why is this day so important? Throughout history, women have had to fight for the freedom and rights we enjoy today. 150 years ago, women couldn't vote, stand in parliament, receive proper medical attention, own property, access fair legal support, get paid the same as men, visit the same public areas as men, get a proper education. The list goes on. 150 years ago, people lived in a very different world to what we know now. So how did things change? Someone didn't snap their fingers and then bam, women had all the rights. Change occurred gradually through the tireless efforts of brave women and men fighting together for what is right. Let's rewind. In the late 19th century, the fight for women's suffrage began gaining momentum. Suffrage means the right to vote, and at this time, only men could do so. This meant that all the political decisions were decided by men, including those that only affected women. As time passed, some women grew increasingly frustrated by the lack of progress and failed attempts to achieve suffrage. One of these women was Emmeline Pankhurst, who responded by forming the Women's Social and Political Union in 1903, which encouraged a stronger kind of activism. This led to years of protests, rallies, and strikes, with women being arrested, jailed, injured, and some even losing their lives in the fight for suffrage. When the First World War was declared in 1914, suffragettes shifted their campaign to encourage women's involvement in the war effort. The devastation of war brought the nation together in support of one another, and attitudes began to change. Women took on responsibilities and jobs that they were previously excluded from, like working as mechanics and drivers. In 1918, the Representation of the People Bill was passed, giving women the right to vote. However, it was only some women of a certain age and circumstance. It wasn't until 1928 that all women over 21 were finally allowed to vote. The right to vote is instrumental in creating a society that is fair and just. Imagine if all the UK were one gigantic football team. Half of the team can play exactly as they are, while the other is blindfolded. The team probably isn't going to do so great. The same goes for a society. If everyone has the same rights and freedoms, a society can grow and develop in a way that benefits everyone. Once women were able to vote, the ball began rolling on other rights, like political representation, access to greater opportunities, fairer pay, and working rights. As you can see, change takes time. It wasn't until 1979 that Britain had its first female Prime Minister, which was 76 years after Emmeline Pankhurst first established the Women's Social and Political Union. So what does gender equality look like today? We are fortunate to live in a time and place where incredible opportunities are in abundance. Everyone can get an education, access healthcare, get a job, and speak their minds. However, we still have some work to do before we reach equality for all.
You're an Avenger now.
One way that gender inequality plays out in our everyday life is through stereotypes. A stereotype is a generalised opinion of a person or group of people. Ever heard someone say something like, "You throw like a girl," or "boys don't cry"?
Most of us are going somewhere we know.
That
doesn't mean you should know what to expect.
Restrictive ideas about
Careful.
gender that really aren't true
Look out
or
for each
fair.
other.
People are way too unique and complex to fit neatly in a box. Girls and boys can be athletic, fast and strong. And of course, everyone cries. It's normal and healthy to express your feelings and to be vulnerable. Stereotypes can be really damaging and can prevent you from being yourself and reaching your potential. Today, women are still the minority in Parliament. Leadership roles and career fields like science and engineering, as well as making less money than men on average. So, this International Women's Day, think about what you could do to help in the fight for equality. Everyone benefits when we are all treated equally. Why not celebrate the amazing achievements of women you admire? Especially now you know just what it took to get there.
There we go. Hi everyone, happy Monday. I hope you guys are having a good Monday, and today I'm doing, whoa, no, stop. I have videos planned. Stop playing shit that I don't want you to stream. I'm thinking I'm doing the same thing that we did during the Black Lives Matter movement charity cases, where we watched a couple of videos, we talked a bit, and I'm thinking that those who identify as women in my community and in my chat, so on, also get the forefront of the word. Also, I'm thinking of that we should watch, oh, I'm so happy for you, Bunchy. I hope like that he was happy as well. So I'm hoping to watch a couple of videos, talk about them. Wait, let me fix this as well. Bro. There it is. So I'm thinking about, we should talk about those kind of things. If you guys have recommendations of videos, I'm very open to watch them. And if we feel like it, we'll play some games. And if we do, we will play Chrono Trigger as per usual. What are you doing? Bruh. I saw this video earlier, and I thought that this actually might be a good video to... The hell is this? Oh, now I know what this is. I know what that is. Hello, Panda. How are you? Wait, I gotta fix something real quick. I gotta fix something real quick for me myself. There it is. There's a background that I used to have, but I don't have no more, that I need to have. And it's important. And you might ask, but Oren, is it really important? Yes, it's really important. Otherwise, I wouldn't have cared. Gonna make food, all right. You know what? Let's just play the second video here. I like this video, so let's watch this one. Let's see, I hope also...
My talk is pretty self-explanatory, and it's called Sexism in Gaming, a talk by a bearded man way out of his depth.
I like this one, so I thought that we should watch this one as well.
First of all, I should point out parenthetically that it's very easy to be a man and criticize sexism on the internet. I know that. This is the year that gaming taught me just how much sexism pisses me off. I wasn't really aware of that until now, so thanks, gaming. When you picture a gamer, you're probably inevitably picturing what game development companies picture. You're picturing one of the following groups. Now, these guys are wearing shoes that have clearly never seen dirt. I mean, this family doesn't exist. Their haircuts are immaculate. They probably sleep in IKEA every night.
God damn it. No, I don't want to
become
become famous.
Nintendo chooses to cater towards gaming. When they picture a gamer, this is who they picture, this weird nuclear family. Now, the gamer you're probably picturing realistically is this one. Never get tired of looking at that face. when you deal with sexism on the internet and it's coming in a gaming context, it's usually coming from this guy. Not always, but it's usually coming from this guy. But
You guys
thankfully,
want me to-
high
how
rate
is
of
the
skirting
sound?
and bed sores and
Hey,
short side play.
Sadies.
Now, this guy,
Thank you.
I hate
Finally
the Big
made
Bang
it to a
Theory.
stream. You've been here before,
It's an
though.
insult to everything I hold dear, and frankly, see, everyone's looking at his eyes now, because the eyes, they're like the black eyes of a shark, so I'm just going to solve, it's going to be hard to talk without doing this. So,
How are you doing today?
all right. Problematically, the game developing community
We are
tends
doing a
to
little
have
special kind of thing, though,
basically,
Sadies, today.
They see these as the atypical games,
We're
so they cater
doing,
almost
you know,
exclusively
International
towards
Women's
these,
Day. Hey, Lexi.
These archetypal figures.
So I'm thinking
And
about
the
we're
one thing you may
watching
have
some
noticed
videos.
is that there's barely any females in the mix. You see, the game development community has drifted towards that dangerous notion that maleness is the norm. And I would like now
And basically
kick that
trying to
notion
talking
straight
about it and see like if we maybe do some games later on. But first and
Yeah,
foremost,
dicks.
talk about
Alright.
those kind of things.
So,
In the light of the day,
here we
you
are,
know.
part 2. How many gamers are women? Now, it's all well and good to say more women are gaming, and they are, but I'd like to give you some statistics. There was a
I
big
like this part
survey
a lot.
by the ESA
I hope
last
I don't
year,
get DMCA'd
and
for
as
this,
of
though.
last year, 47%
How was your
of
day,
gamers are women.
Sadies, and Panda? How was your day as well?
That's nice, isn't it? It is. It's nice. Because what happens now is you start to put this anger in context. When male gamers rail against female gamers, you know, they're not a minority anymore. And they start throwing around terms like girl gamer. You may have heard this online. A girl gamer is a kind of weird term because girl carries with it connotations of vulnerability and innocence.
I agree
and
with this.
Youth. Whereas in fact, women are playing video games now. My mom plays video games.
This
Admittedly,
is
I
so
have to bribe her
important.
to
I
do so,
agree.
but
Like
she's
the
playing them.
connotation, the difference between saying a
So
girl,
what I wanna talk
woman,
about now
or
is
female
part
in
3,
that kind of
Grand
sense.
Theft
I think
Auto
that
5,
is
how I
that
got
it
involved,
makes a
how much it
huge
sold, and what it
difference.
actually is. Now, like I said before, I was never actively pro-sexism before, but you know how sometimes you form very strong opinions based on just how douchey the opposite of your opinions are? So when Grand Theft Auto 5 came out, people started talking very vocally about how sexist video games are in general. And that's now, they drove me in the opposite direction, so I'm very grateful for that. But Grand Theft Auto 5 made a lot of money. Would you
If
like to
anyone
know
has
how
an
much money
input,
it
like
made
I
in
want to
3
discuss
days?
these videos while
One-
we're watching them, of course.
Now, here, just as a quick backstory, I was
Uh,
going to do the voice and put the finger up and that, but I thought, that's not a current reference. No one wants to hear that. But then I forgot to take
So
the
just let
slide
me
out.
know.
So the joke's still in there. It's just crapper. Now, for those of you who don't know, Grand Theft Auto 5 is what we call a sandbox game. Basically, the game environment is like a
I like this.
sandbox, except there's rarely dog poo in it. Sometimes there is. But these games boast choice. It's all about choice. You go into these game worlds and you are promised an infinite amount of possibilities. You can choose what to drive and what to wear and who to kill with certain vehicles, but you cannot choose not to be a sexist prick, which is an unfortunate side effect. Let's move on to part 4. The GameSpot review Nightmare Factory. Note, not an actual factory.
Oh my
When a
God,
game like
this
this
one is
comes
so
out,
good.
Every gaming publication just
This is
massively
this is
invested in
horrendous
getting
to
big,
watch as well.
Fast, entertaining reviews out the door straight away. And GameSpot, a very fine publication, gave the review to Carolyn Petit. Carolyn does a 7-minute video in which she basically heaps praise upon the game. I've never seen this many compliments in a game review. It's wonderful and it's articulate and it's hitting the mark on every point. And halfway through, Carolyn says, maybe the game's a bit sexist, and does a really good
Listen
number
to
on
this,
it, and then
listen
calls
to
the
this.
game politically muddled and profoundly misogynistic, a claim that, incidentally,
Yeah, but
100%
listen to
proves.
this shit.
And then Carolyn rounds it off by giving it a 9 out of 10, because, you know, there's no such thing as a perfect game, right?
Still gives it a 9 out
Would
of
you
10,
like
by
to
the way.
see how the GameSpot readership responded to this very fair review? This is going to get really depressing, by the way, so just strap this. Did we give the straps to them before? No, okay. All right. Blaster Man Forever said, you dropped the ball and committed suicide on this one, GameSpot. This is the biggest epic fail game review in the history of video game reviews. Wow, hyperbole much?
Wow.
You don't deserve to be dealt with delicately for this. You are clearly reactionary, attention-craving, misled, pretentious, pseudo-liberal asses for putting this woman, raised eyebrow there, up to reviewing this
Can
game.
you believe
the
this
review is
shit?
biased, narrow, and ultimately laughable for singling out character inconsistencies and misogyny as reasons not to give GTA 5 a 10. Yeah,
Like,
that's not nice, right? Well, don't worry, it doesn't get worse. I'm kidding, it totally does. Boxy is Queen
Dude.
said, all caps, because the developer hates women, so they implant misogynistic themes in the game. Fuck your stupid flag for terrorism.
Like, what is this shit, you know? This is an actual fucking things. Can you believe
Okay,
this?
there's one more, and this is the one that really, really made me angry. Okay, this is what video game journalism is today, because no one gave a shit about how women were portrayed in video games 2 years ago, but now because more women play video games, it's just one woman, apparently. It's just one unfortunate woman. It's suddenly a problem. Terrible review and not objective at all. This person
Yeah,
should not
dude.
be in the position to
Imagine
state
that.
her opinions as facts. Fuck GameSpot. Now, I had to cut thousands of comments out because these three were the least offensive.
Least
What's depressing is they
offensive.
started as aggressive attacks on Carolyn for critiquing a game, which is funny because she's a game critic and that's her job. Then it sort of snowballed into hatred for women, and then you see that her there?
Yeah,
Carolyn Petite
Bunchy.
is transgendered, and Carolyn received a multitude of actual death threats and a petition online to get her fired. That's kind of an underhanded response, right? So GameSpot, what they did is they did this massive video rebuttal, and they literally looked
This
down
is
the camera and
insane.
said, "We are ashamed of you people, and we don't want to be affiliated with you anymore." If more game critic publications did this, the world would be a not a
Do you
far
guys
better
want the
place,
video bigger,
but
by the
moderately
way?
better place.
And is the sound
so now
okay
on to
for you
part
guys?
5, in which I dipped my toe in for MMGN. Also, some reasons as to why GTA 5 is actually objectively sexist. Probably should have put a full stop there instead of an exclamation mark. Now it feels like you're making light of things. Paul, why are you reading this out loud? Stop it. Stop it. Seriously, you're doing a TEDx talk.
I like how the guy presents this stuff. All right, that's
Sorry
nice.
about
Thank you,
that.
Casey.
Amongst other things, I'm a video game critic for a publication called The Vine, but I also write for MMGN. And I played the game, and I agree with GameSpot, like 100%. And I thought, what's the harm? I'm a dude. I'm safe from criticism. What an idiotic thought to inhabit my actual idiot head. So I wrote a piece in which I gently suggested the game might be sexist, and I copped swathes of abuse. And again, nothing compared to what women who were writing about the topic far better than I was, incidentally, copped. And at this point, we've gone, yeah, the game's sexist. But let's look at the game, why the game is actually sexist academically. First up, reason 1, 3 male leads. Now, in my mind, and I'm aware I'm stepping into very sketchy territory here, in my mind, feminism is not about elevating women above men. It's about equality and taking people based on the merits of their
Exactly,
people.
dude.
Yeah?
So important.
Yeah. So, if the male characters are good, it
If you
shouldn't
guys
matter
have
what
video
gender they are.
suggestions,
It
just
would be
push
nice
them
if
on
they're
to me, by the
female. I'll
way.
talk more about that in a
Or
second,
if you
but
wanna
it
see
shouldn't
something
matter. So this
especially.
is not a deal breaker, but it gets far, far more depressing. Reason 2, posters. Now, I was in Los Angeles fairly recently, and entire buildings were painted to look like the posters of this game. And
Because
the 4 main
I want to
posters paint
watch
every
and talk
capital
about these
city.
kind of shits today. I know that
Basically
most of
depicted-
you
there was one for
probably
each of the
agree with
3 male
these kind of
leads. And there was
things,
one for this
but you're also
character.
welcome
Who's this character, you might
to
be thinking?
present opinions
She's not in the game.
and
She-
like
they
other
literally
like
they've hired a
discuss
model,
and,
Shelley
and
Wellenberg.
talk
I've
about these
contacted her.
things
She's lovely. But
because
they
I want to
contacted
learn
a
and grow
model,
too.
And they basically created a character specifically
And there can be
for
stuff
this
that I do or
gestal
stuff that
area
I
right
say
And it's incredibly
that is
cynical
kind
and
of fucked up,
depressing, and it should be
and I
transparent, but it did sell a lot of games. That's a
I
reason
wanna
to be angry
learn,
about the game.
you know?
Reason 3, the depiction of women in the game. Now, the depiction of women in the game is not great because they're all either shrill harpies, new age housewives, or prostitutes. They jiggle
What
around
is a
and
shrill
bounce, they have
harpy?
nothing to say,
What
and
does
you
that
cannot
mean?
in any
What does
way
that
alter
entail?
the trajectories, their downward trajectories in the story. Reason 4, quests that actively shame women. Now, there are quests in the game where you get on the back of a motorbike with a paparazzi, you chase down female actresses, shame them for having sex on their own private property, and then profit from that. Which is... I
The
really
fuck?
wish there was a bar right here that I could just go over and buy a drink.
I
at,
never
but,
played
now,
GTA 5.
Let's move on. It's going to get better, I promise.
So
Part
I
6,
don't
what will
know
happen if
so
you
much
get
about
online and
this.
claim this game or any others are sexist? Now, at this point you're thinking, yeah, the game's sexist. It's sexist. Why don't I get online and say something about it? Well, here's what you're going to experience if that happens. Typical response 1. That stupid face. This is a game, OMG. Why bring sexism
Nagging,
or politics
annoying.
or whatever
Alright.
into it, OMG? Well, first of all, you disgusting, wrinkly bastard. It is a game, but for about 10 years now, we've been trying to get video games recognized as an art form. And when you want something to be considered an art form, you need to start looking at it through the prism of politics and race and gender, and that's how things become art. I've read literally, again, death threats against Roger Ebert, who claimed over a long period that video games weren't art. And then I went to New York, and I was in MoMA, and I sat there and sat amongst an exhibit of video games as art, and I watched old dudes who hate video games sit there and take them seriously and treat them like art. We are so close to it. This is kind of a personal beef of mine. But these responses are going to get gross. Typical response 2, OMG, but seriously, sexism doesn't matter. Okay. Well, young man,
Some people actually say this.
people complain about things that matter to them, yeah? So these people will get online and write hundreds and hundreds of pages on message boards about how graphics aren't good enough, or about how there's not enough downloadable content.
Listen, meme
or
lord.
about how you inexplicably can't take your hat off even indoors in Pokemon X and Y. What's that about?
What's up?
But then that's
You haven't
because they
been here
care
for a
about
while,
these
dude.
things,
Like,
yeah?
it's been like,
Logically,
what,
that's because
month,
they
2
care about
months?
these things. So because they get online and
How are you doing?
dedicate
Happy
just
Monday.
as much energy to actively attacking and berating people who claim that games are sexist, logically implies that they are pro-sexism. So just that's something to bear in mind. Aren't people fun? Typical response 3, OMG, it's satire, get over it. Men are just as bad as women in the game. OMG, OMG. They say OMG a lot.
I wonder how he's going to respond to this one.
First of all, I have consulted a multitude of comedian friends of mine
Because
who all looked at this
I'm
and
thinking
satirized
one
it.
of the
No,
things is, well,
satire a
you get to do the
scalpel with a
choice.
blunt instrument, and this is not good satire. Secondly, yeah, the women in the game and the men, they're all monsters, right? But the men get something the women don't. They get agency. They get backstories explaining
exactly.
away why they're monsters. They get quests which
I have to sit and
actively
listen to
redeem
people I
them
know
as human
complain about
beings,
being
and
annoyed
they
by the
come off more like
conversations
puckish
about
rogues,
sexism is
whereas
ridiculous.
the women
I
don't
can
move
I
an
can I
inch.
can understand that.
Now, part
can
7,
totally understand
how
that.
do we respond to these idiots? Flipping tables really helps, by the way. But what you don't want to do when flipping a table is be sitting across from someone who's flipping one at the same time.
The thing is, like, since I play FPS
nothing
with female
the best
friends,
response to people like this,
or
and the thing you
do you
should
say
be
female
saying
friends?
to game
Women
developers
friends
if you
sound
ever
so
interact with them
weird.
Is tell me, using diagrams where appropriate,
I don't know what
how
a gird
putting
is.
character, a female character
Do I know?
with
Want to know
amazing
what that is?
agency and grace and poise and depth in your game would in any way impact what you're trying to achieve in the story. And then you just watch them fumble around. And
Is
suffer
that when you
through it.
vomit a lot?
Because basically,
Oh, I'm
you can't
sorry,
dispute that.
dude.
GTA
I'm
5
so
is a
sorry about
good
that.
game, but it would've been
Holy
great
shit, that
with
sucks. Do you
female
have
characters.
medication for that?
You know, just
Hate conversation
women and girls and
inequality
anything.
for
It
some
would've been
reason.
absolutely magical.
You
But
know,
it's just,
I think it's about.
making me
I
really
think it's a
angry.
lot
The fact
about
is that
how
people are growing up with fictional characters, and people inhale
how
fictional
you're grown
characters
up, or
around
what you
us.
got
It's really
taught
important for young girls and boys
in
to have fictional
school.
role models as well as real ones. And if they grow up looking at people
It was an
from
adventure.
GTA 5, they grow up into
Yeah.
monsters. But if you grow up like there's so many
Damn,
games
meme
with
lord.
amazingly
But
written
is there any
female
type of
characters.
medication you can
Lara
take
Croft
so you
in the
don't
new
get
Tomb Raider game.
screwed
Alex
up for
Vance
it?
from Half-Life 2. I had the maddest crush on her when I was growing up.
I used to have not GERD, but
Did you get a
like
woo for that? All right.
my
nice.
stomach was
Ellie
fucked
from
up
The
that
Last
way.
of Us, she's very recent. Professor Liara Tassoni from Mass Effect. And then people say, okay, how about Princess Zelda? She's a female character, but she's a damsel, so she doesn't count. Wrong, she totally does count. Princess Zelda sits back and manipulates the mute, useless hero around the environment like a chess piece. And when Link can't achieve anything on his own, she dresses up at night as a badass character called Sheik, and then she sneaks out and kills the people he can't deal with, and then comes back. She's basically the Cersei Lannister of video games.
I have not. Wow,
Yeah.
I have not
Yeah. So,
thought about
okay,
it like
We're all
that.
pretty depressed. How do we
Damn.
fix this? Yes, that is the Little Rascals. I'll be addressing that in a moment. Here's the thing about that 47%.
That's a
When you go out
genius
and
way
say
take
the
on
gamers,
Princess Zelda,
47%
dude.
of gamers are women. What you're going
What?
to get is, yeah, but they're not playing real games. You're going to hear that claim, and it's going to make you angry. Feel free to punch those people
Huh.
in their stupid faces, by the way. But oh, okay.
Right?
So, what you
Sadie's?
need to do
Yo,
then
Zanny.
is
How
address
are
the
you,
fact
dude?
that, look, Nintendo
Happy
are
Monday.
very good at
Be
being
watching
inclusive,
videos
getting, indie
since
play,
it's the 8th of
mobile
March,
gaming and the indie gaming
trying
scene.
to
That's where
be
most women are playing
better
indie games. That's
the
because
rest
for
of the
past
365
decade,
days
these
a year,
developers and these particular
and
companies
trying to
have been trying
bring, you
actively to
know,
include women. You don't have to exclude them. That's why they're playing them, because the door's
awareness.
open. Try and think of the game development industry as a big clubhouse with boys only written on the front, right? And there's a couple
Oh,
of dudes
yes,
sitting in the corner,
Spongy. All right,
pondering
all
away,
right.
shaking their fists. at
Happy
stupid smelly
travels.
girls. You don't
Take
smell,
it
by the way,
easy.
you smell great.
This
And
this
then one
TED
of them goes to
Talker
the
is pretty
bathroom,
cool as
and he
well.
looks out, and
This is
suddenly he
about
realizes there's
sexism
girls
in the
in
video
house.
gaming industry.
And
The
they've been
things
there
we
for a
talked
while,
about
and
in
they've invited
the
their
a couple of
friends.
days ago.
And suddenly the air smells fresher. And the
So he brought a
architecture's
kind of
different, and everything
new
just looks and
take
feels
on
nicer, and it's a really positive
Zelda,
environment.
not the
But a few
game,
dudes are
the
still in that
games,
corner
but
room just
the
scowling,
character Zelda,
pushing girls
and
over
that was
rubbing their
super
faces in the dirt,
interesting
pulling
actually
their
to
hair,
hear.
which typically is a sign that they're into you, by the way.
It was super
But here's
interesting
what
to
I'd like
hear.
to say to those stupid, smelly boys. There are new rules on the clubhouse wall now, and it's time to grow up. Thank you very much.
Stop. All right. Do anyone else have videos to share, by the way? Just let me know if you do and send them my way if you do. Hiski, how are you? And also, as I said, no. Shh. I choose the videos, not you. This one I also found. You want him to talk more? Well, if you can find more talks like this, we can watch them as well and discuss them meanwhile. This one I actually watched fully, and this one had a couple of people I didn't know about. Hey, Charlie. You can cancel a sub in 10 minutes and reason can be just want to shout out. Wait, really? You can have that? Wow. Is that a reason for it?
This is Marie Curie.
I like this
You
one.
probably know who she is. She's one of the most prominent scientists
This one
of all
I
time.
actually liked a
She
lot.
was the first
It was hard,
and
however, to
only
find some
person
videos
in
that was
history
not
to win 2 separate Nobel Prizes
how to say
in 2
this
separate sciences.
weirdly
She
weird.
pioneered radiation
Go away.
research and discovered 2 new elements. She was also denied membership at the French Academy of Sciences because she was a woman. Throughout her incredible career, she faced enormous amounts of sexism. And yet, you've
I
heard
know,
of her.
Charlie. I know.
Despite all the obstacles, she succeeded in her career and was recognized for her achievements. But what about the
Yo.
women that didn't?
Oh my God. Are you gonna?
What about the women who were
God
denied
fucking
that
damn it,
same
Zanny.
recognition for their work? How many
God
other
don't do it,
historical
Zanny.
female
Don't do it.
scientists can you name? How many of these women have you heard of?
Not a lot of them, I can say.
Caroline Herschel was a
Like this
German
one.
astronomer. She discovered several comets. She was also the first woman we know of who was paid for her contribution to science. The first woman to be awarded a gold medal of the Royal Astronomical Society. And with Mary Somerville, she was the first woman to be named an
Wow.
honorary member
That's
of the Royal
why is there a
Astronomical Society.
moth?
Lee Smetana performed extensive
That's screwed
work
up,
on
dude.
nuclear physics and radioactivity.
That's screwed up.
Her collaborator was later awarded the Nobel Prize for their discovery of nuclear fission.
No, Sadie. Don't worry about
This is
it.
Hypatia of Alexandria.
This one is
a Greek
fucked up.
mathematician, philosopher, and astronomer. She was head of a school in Alexandria. None of her work has survived to the modern day, and according to many sources, she was murdered by a Christian mob. Jocelyn Bell Burnell discovered the first radio pulsars.
That's the
This is
issue,
described
Sadie.
as
That's
the
why the
greatest
thing. There is
astronomical
so
discovery
much
of the
that
20th
we haven't
century.
heard of today, and
Her PhD
that's the
supervisor
thing
was
with
later
patriarchy,
awarded
and
a
people
Nobel
don't
Prize for this
realize.
discovery.
I don't know if a lot of
Bell
people. I
Burnell
think a
was
lot of
excluded
people
from the
didn't see the
prize.
first video. We can rewatch
Cecilia
that
Payne
one. It was
Gaposchkin
really good.
discovered what the sun is
I
made
used
of.
that instead of having a
The
music
leading
intro,
astronomer of the day
and I think that could
dismissed
be a
her
strong
hypothesis
suit. We
and
can rewatch
encouraged
that
her
one.
not to present her findings.
This one I knew
4 years
about.
later,
It's fucked
he
up.
published his own paper with the same conclusions.
See that?
For most of history, he was given credit for this discovery.
That's so
Rosalind Franklin
screwed.
performed work that was vital to the discovery of the structure of DNA. Her colleague shared her work without her permission with James Watson and Francis.
Welcome, Raiders. Lord, give yourself a shout out. Guys, if you don't know me, Thirars, thank you so much for the raid. My name is Arhenka. I'm a variety streamer. Today, we're going to talk about the 8th of March, International Women's Day. Look at the many things that we need to be better at the rest of the 364 days a year. And if we have time over, or I feel like it, if I don't get too tired, we are going to do some Chrono Trigger retro gaming. Play game streamer, but we're doing important political stuff. No, I shan't. Comeback Lou, can you give Rars a little shout out because he's not shouting out? You know what? I'm doing it myself there. Hey Evie, Prax, how are you? Tuka, nice jacket. I already did it. Important political stuff streamer. I am. So basically, we're gonna try to watch videos. If you guys have any ideas, any suggestions to watch. You did. Just give it to me. Well, that's a pretty common thing. I notice all the time we're in a group of people. When we can say something which gets no recognition at all, then do say something for no recognition. Yes, of course. Yes.
This information, the two were able to
Yes.
make their famous
That is one of the things I've been
Watson and Crick, along with Franklin,
try to reflect on,
later awarded the
and
Nobel
normally I
Prize for
try
the
to
discovery.
hush people and like,
Franklin
oh, this
is
person
good.
had something to say. Usually I do
Henry
that.
Never
I
was a
try to
mathematician
do
who
that.
made enormous
even to
contributions
like both
to
men and
rings,
women.
fields, and algebras. Noether's theorem has been called one of the most important mathematical theorems
Will you keep that a little
ever
quiet?
proved.
Yo,
Thank you very much,
Ethy,
Phil.
thank you so much for gifting a sub to Rars. Rars, you know what to do. Use your emotes, spam them, have fun.
Guiding the development
But if
of
there's
modern physics.
any questions, any
She had to
suggestions
work
for
without
videos,
pay
just
for
let me
7
know.
years after completing her dissertation.
And
as
we're gonna
women were
rewatch one of the
excluded from
videos I
academic
used in
positions
my
at the
intro
time.
instead of having the
Later in her
music.
career, she had to lecture
Because
under a
that one
male
also
colleague's
explained
name,
this days a
as the
lot.
faculty at her university objected to a female lecturer.
That's also fucked up.
These examples
you
are
had to
horrifying,
use
but surely that's all over now. Women
male
can
name.
attend university after all. They can lecture. They can publish their own results. So what's the problem? Unfortunately, sexism in STEM is still a major issue. Women are still perceived as less able when it comes to science and technology, and this perception has a real effect on their careers. For example, a
Look at
recent
this.
study analysed data from GitHub,
Look at this.
an open source software community. They found that code written by women actually had a slightly higher approval rating than code written by men, but only if their gender was unidentified. If it was
Unidentified,
obvious that
dude.
the coder was a woman, the approval rating dropped.
Do you see that?
Many other studies have found similar results. A large study in 2012 sent out resumes for a lab manager position and found that resumes bearing female names were significantly less likely to be successful than an identical resume bearing a male name. Sexism isn't gone,
Identical.
it's just become less overt. Society
I
cannot
like that.
progress when
Sexism
half
isn't
our
gone,
population
it's
is
just
held
less
back from
overt.
achieving their full
I
potential.
love that.
Imagine where
how
we would
that
be
is
if women had been educated to the
made
same
to
standards
sound.
as men throughout history. Imagine what these women could have accomplished if they had not had to battle sexism, if they could simply have focused on science. Every year there are improvements for women in STEM. More and more women are entering science and technology fields. But discrimination still exists, and it is the responsibility of every person who cares about science
Welcome
to help
back,
fight
Ross.
this prejudice and to help ensure that examples like those listed in this video never happen again.
So, okay, are you guys okay with, like, I think that most of you didn't see the intro video, or most of you guys, shut up, stop the autoplay, dude. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyway. Screw it. You guys can't decide over me. This one. I like this one a lot. This one spoke to me. I don't shut up.
Every year on the 8th of March, International Women's Day is celebrated across the globe. It's a day to recognise female achievement.
No, but
and to call
Rars.
to action.
No, it doesn't matter. No, the thing is, Rars, these ads does not get blocked by the ad blocker. Not that I've seen anyway. I installed my ad blocker after it caused problems with Twitch. The thing is, what they did for this study, Rars, is they wrote 2 identical resumes and handed them in. That's what they did. So that's when they do these kind of studies, they just write them down and send them in. So
Encouraging
that's how they do
everyone to
it.
stand up for women's rights and gender equality.
This is why
Gender
8th
equality
of March, I
means
believe,
no
is
matter
so
your
important,
gender,
and
you're
which
granted the
people
same rights,
forget and tend to
privileges,
forget.
and access to opportunities as everyone else. You may be thinking, why is this day so important?
Yeah,
Throughout
exactly.
history, women have had to fight for the freedom and rights we enjoy today.
And that's how you
150
usually do
years
these
ago,
kind of studies.
Women couldn't vote, stand
And
in
that's how you
parliament,
know
receive proper medical attention, own
Also,
property,
how
access
huge
fair legal
sexism
support,
is.
get
It's
paid
also
the same as
important
men,
to
visit the
talk
same
about
public areas as
intersectional
men, get a
sexism,
proper
of course,
education.
but or
The
feminism.
list goes on.
But that's a different.
150 years
I haven't
ago,
found any good
people
videos
lived
of
in a
it.
very different world to what we know now. So how did things change?
This one is.
Someone didn't snap their fingers and then bam,
I was watching these
women had
earlier
all
when I was
the rights.
working and working out.
Change occurred gradually through the tireless efforts of brave women and men fighting together for what is right. Let's rewind. In the late 19th century, the fight for women's suffrage began gaining momentum. Suffrage means the right to vote, and at this time, only men could do so. This meant that all the political decisions were decided by men, including those that only affected women.
And this
As
came
time
from even from
passed,
ancient Greek,
some
because
women
only,
grew
if I'm not
increasingly
mistaken,
frustrated
when
by the lack
democracy
of
was implemented
progress
in
and
ancient
failed attempts to achieve
Greece,
suffrage.
basically
One of
only
these
men
women
were
was
allowed to vote
Emmeline
as well, and
Pankhurst,
only
who
selected
responded
men,
by
and not all
forming
men.
the Women's Social and
Hashtag all
Political
men.
Union in
But you know.
1903, which encouraged a stronger kind of activism. This led to years of protests, rallies, and strikes, with women being
Men with
arrested,
land, okay.
jailed, injured, and some even losing their lives in the fight for suffrage. When the First World War was declared in 1914,
So only
suffragettes
property
shifted their
owners.
campaign to encourage women's involvement in the war effort.
Did it matter,
The
Charlie, how much
devastation of
land? Do you
war
know?
brought the nation together in support of one another, and attitudes began to change. Women took on responsibilities and jobs that they were previously excluded from.
What kind of
like
videos did you
working as
watch, Sadie?
mechanics and drivers. In 1918, the Representation of the People Bill was passed, giving women the right to vote. However, it was only some women of a certain age and circumstance. It wasn't
Is there any
until
videos we can watch your
1928
Sadies?
that all women over 21 were finally allowed to vote. The right
Imagine
to
that,
vote
dude. That's
is
one
instrumental
generation
in
back.
creating a
Like even in
society
Sweden, I
that
think
is
it was
fair and just.
this side
Imagine
of
if all
the
the
20th
UK
century.
were one gigantic football team. Half of the team can play exactly as they are, while the other is blindfolded. The team probably isn't going to do so great. The same goes for a society. If everyone has the same rights and freedoms, a society can grow and develop in a way that benefits everyone. Once women were able to vote, the ball began rolling on other rights, like political representation,
Almost 8
access to
p.m.
greater opportunities, fairer pay, and working rights. As you can see, change takes time. It wasn't until 1979 that Britain had its first female Prime Minister,
All native
which
men
was
with land.
76 years after
There was
Emmeline
short, no
Pankhurst
audio, some
first
women kind of
established the
protested.
Women's Social
Oh,
and Political
okay.
Union.
I
So,
think it
what
has
does
something
gender
with military
equality
service
look
too,
like
but
today?
100%. Okay.
We are fortunate to live in a time and place where incredible opportunities are in abundance. Everyone can get an education, access healthcare, get a job, and speak their minds.
This is.
However, we still have some work to do before we reach equality for all. One way that gender
This is so
inequality
important, dude.
plays out in our everyday
like
life is through
this is not only about feminism, but
stereotypes.
it's also
A stereotype is a generalized
like
opinion of
immigration
a person or group of
and
people.
second generation like immigrants
heard
and so on
someone
as
say
well,
something
and
like,
racism in general.
"You throw like
This
a
affects them
girl,"
as well,
or
and that's I
"Boys
think
don't
that's
cry."
why one of the reasons I've
These kinds of phrases exist because
kind of been burning for it since I was a
centuries
kid
of restrictive
about
ideas
equality.
about gender that really aren't true or fair. People are way too unique and complex to fit neatly in a box. Girls and boys can be athletic, fast and strong. And of course, everyone cries. It's normal and healthy to express your
Exactly.
feelings and to be vulnerable. Stereotypes can be really damaging and can prevent you from being yourself and reaching your potential.
This is so
Today, women
important
are
to
still
talk
the
about as well.
minority in
Like,
Parliament.
it is
Leadership
allowed
roles and
for
career
both a
fields
woman
like
and a man, of course,
science
but
and
you know,
engineering,
since
as well as making
we're in
less
this like
money
women
than
has
men
to
on
do
average.
all this and blah blah blah. It is okay
So,
for women to
this
be a housewife if
International
they choose
Women's
to be,
Day, think
not
about
when
what
they're
you could do to
forced
help
to
in
be.
the fight for
And
equality.
none should forget
Everyone
like the
benefits
absolute
when we are all
fucking
treated
powerhouses these women are
Why not
if they want to
celebrate the
become and raise children and become a housewife, because that shit is not easy, dude. Like these persons are
amazing
absolute fucking
achievements of women you
powerhouses.
admire?
Yo, Mark Worm, how are you, dude? Happy Monday. Let's see here. We have this one. This one is pretty good. And this one is a bit long, but we can watch this one as well. This one is sad. I'm good, dude. I'm good. A bit stressed. Work's been kicking my ass in a good way, but it's like that. The Dear Dad one, yeah, that one is so sad. Are you guys okay with that little downer? Into the Breach? Oh, dude, I have that one. I played that one actually back in January, but I can do Into the Breach today. I can do one round of that if you want to, Macworm. I like that game actually. Did you ever see me play it? Yeah, but I can do that one round. Like I can do a one round of it before if we go to gaming today. I can do one round of it, like a win. Sounds like a vibe. It's 5 a.m. for you, Sadie's? Oh yeah, New Zealand, right? And we can see what that where that leads us if we choose to do gaming. All right, let's go. This one, I think it might have been Sharp that sent me this one.
Dear Daddy,
I'm not sure.
I just wanted to thank you for looking after me so well, even though I'm not yet born. I know you already try harder than Superman. You won't even let Mommy eat sushi. But I need to ask you a favor. Warning. It's about boys. Because,
I wanna know what
you
you
see, I will be born a girl, which means that by the time I'm 14, the boys in my class will have called me a whore, a bitch, a cunt, and many other things. It's just for fun, of course.
But like, of course, you're allowed to do that as well.
do.
But
So you won't worry.
I see today as a day of
And I
learning
understand
to be
that.
better. The rest of the 364 days a year, and I think it's
Perhaps
super
you did the same when you were
important that
young.
we also
Trying to impress some of the other boys.
Oh, Macworm, I saw what you sent me.
I'm sure
you
you
don't
didn't
need to
mean anything
send me
by
that.
it.
I already have it. You don't need to send it.
Still, some of the
Sorry,
people
I
won't
just
get
wow
the
my
joke.
fucking god! I punched myself in the face.
And funnily enough, it isn't any of
It's
the girls.
also depending on who you're talking
It's
to.
some of the boys.
Like
So
I
by
saw
the
this
time I turn
influencer
16, a couple of the boys will
saying,
have snuck their hands down my pants while I'm so
you're
drunk
not
I
about
can't even stand
like don't
straight.
congratulate women, and I agree
And
because
although I say no, they
you have
just
to
laugh.
celebrate. Celebration and
funny,
congratulations
right?
are two different things. I think we should celebrate
If you saw
everything,
me, Daddy, you would be
not
so
only
ashamed.
those who are
Because I'm
considered
wasted.
norm strong, but those who are also considered norm, not as
No
strong.
wonder I'm raped when I'm 21.
Those who fail
21
as well
and
as
on my
those
way
who
home in a
succeed.
taxi driven by the son of a guy you went swimming with every
Okay, yes. Sorry. There you go.
Wednesday.
Thank you, Ski, for letting me know.
The guy who always told insulting jokes. But they
Yes,
were,
it
of
is.
course, only jokes. So you laughed. Had you known that his son would end up raping me, you would have told him to get a grip. But how could you know? He was just a boy, telling weird jokes. And in any case, it wasn't your business. You were just being nice. But his son, raised on these jokes, becomes my business. Then finally, I meet Mr. Perfect. And you're so happy for me, Daddy, because he really adores me. And he's smart, with a great job, and all through the winter he goes cross-country skiing 3 times a week, just like you. But one day he stops being Mr. Perfect. And I don't know why. Wait, am I overreacting?
This
One
is the
thing I
part
do
that
know,
gets
I'm
me.
not the
Am I
victim type.
overreacting?
I'm raised to be a strong and independent woman.
I find that very rarely people
But
overreact
one night it's just all too much for him.
when you think
With
about it.
work and the in-laws and the wedding coming up. So he calls me a whore. Just like you called a girl in middle school a whore once. Then another day, he
I like
hits
how they
me.
blank it out.
I mean, I'm way out of line. I can really be a bitch sometimes. But we're still the world's greatest couple, and I'm so confused because I love him and I hate him, and I'm not sure if I really did do something wrong. And then one day he almost kills me. It all goes black. Even though I have a PhD, a fantastic job, I'm loved by my friends and family, I'm well brought up, and nobody saw this coming.
This is
Dear Daddy, this is the favor I want to ask. One thing always leads to another. So please stop it before it gets the chance to begin. Don't let my brothers call girls whores, because they're not. And one day some little boy might think it's true. Don't accept insulting jokes from weird guys by the pool, or even friends, because behind every joke there is always some truth. Dear Daddy,
Babbling Goat did that. Every
I know
joke
you will
has a
protect me from
consequence,
lions,
depending on your
tigers,
friend group and
guns,
so on.
cars, and even sushi without even
Let me see if I
thinking
can
about the
find that
danger
tweet.
to your own life. But dear Daddy,
Babbling
I
Goat.
will be born a girl. Please
on.
do everything you can so that that won't stay the
Let me
greatest
see if I
danger
can
of
find
all.
that. Or maybe I can Google it. That works. Babbling Goat. Jokes. Coins. Hold on. Let me just see.
Certo salto,
Wait, is this that one? Ha! I found it. I'm a fucking god. Okay, so this one is actually super good.
2020, and I can't believe that I...
Why can't I? There we go. There we go.
Okay, so it's 2020, and I can't believe that I fucking have to say this, but jokes have consequences, okay? And that means that you cannot make the same joke in every type of group you're in and expect it to be completely okay. In some
This one is
groups,
so important.
it's going to be fine. Maybe you have that jargon. Fantastic. In other groups, it's not going to be okay. And so then saying, okay, I'm not going to make
If
these
you guys don't
jokes
follow Babbling Goat,
here,
by the way, do
that
it.
is common decency.
He's
Not
amazing.
making those jokes does
Here it
not
is.
limit
He's a variety
your
streamer.
freedom of
A lot of
speech.
good
Freedom of
talks.
speech
Amazing community.
means that this state
super,
is
super
not
nice.
allowed to censor
I found him
you.
randomly,
It
and
doesn't mean
I
that
have
no
not
one is allowed
regretted
to
anything
tell
since.
you when a joke isn't okay. And when I say that jokes have consequences, it
Wait,
means
I
that
missed
it's
that.
important to know where
fuck it.
you make the jokes and when. You have to know your audience, because people are going to get upset. And then you saying, oh, it's just a joke, or telling me I'm not allowed to say this limits my freedom
Those
of
two-
speech, or free.
The font angers
You
me.
saying this
Everything
is not
angers you,
okay
Charlie.
removes democratic discussion.
It's supposed to be
Does
like a.
not
It's from
protect
the
Jokes
Peter Pan movie.
have consequences.
Toxicodon. Thank you so
Whatever
much
it
for the follow. Did I pronounce that right? Toxicodon. I hope I did. Everything angers you. Don't get the fuck out of here, Charlie. You don't like everything angers you when it's not like you the way you want it to be. Let's see, what else do we have? This one is 30 minutes, so I feel like maybe we should save this one. This one is actually super good though. Have you guys seen this one is pretty old. This one is pretty old, but I remember seeing this a couple of years ago.
I was appointed.
That's what I'm saying,
as
dude.
Goodwill
Charlie gets
Ambassador
angry at
for UN
everything.
Women 6 months ago. And the more I've spoken about feminism,
This one is low
the
though.
more I have realized that fighting for women's rights has too often become synonymous
Have you guys seen this one?
with man-hating. If there is one thing I know for certain, it is that this has to stop.
Yeah.
For the record, feminism, by definition, is the belief
Isn't this the UN?
that men and women should have equal rights and opportunities.
Oh, he, she for he?
It is
That
the
organization?
theory of the political, economic, and social equality
Ah,
of the
okay.
sexes. I started questioning gender-based assumptions a long time ago,
This is so low.
when I was 8.
Oh wait,
I was
Hiski, I'm sorry,
confused
this
being
doesn't
called
have
bossy, because I wanted to direct the plays that we would put on for our parents.
this one doesn't have
The boys were not.
subtitles.
When at 14, I started to be sexualized
That's good,
by
Sadie's.
certain elements of the media.
Fucking hell, dude.
When at 15, my girlfriends started dropping out of their beloved sports teams because they didn't want to appear muscly. When at 18, my male friends were unable
Okay,
to
wait.
express
I
their
need to
feelings.
pause. I need to talk about this. So when I was in the army, like as a job, I met a woman who was essentially started the same time as me. She was a bodybuilder, insanely strong as well, and like so cool. And she told me something fucked up one day because she was super sad and we were talking about it. And then she was like, she told everyone this, like, okay, I'm in a bad mood. And naturally, because when we work as a unit, you become very close. So she told me this, that her grandparents, I think it was on her father's side, had said to her that she needs to stop working out. And the reason was, just as Emma Watson said, you're going to appear too muscly and no man is going to want you and you'll never have kids. This is, I mean, it's unfathomable for me for someone to say that. And then people say, nah, fam, we don't need feminism. We don't need equality. Yo, Clarky, what's up? We're having an 8th of March discussion or educational stream right now. We might play some games later. Welcome in. Happy Monday. I hope you're doing good. And I was so baffled at that because my grandfathers, both of them were very close to me. They were like a lot of they were my parents, you can say, in sort of ways. And they were supportive in everything I did. Like they've been supportive in everything we did as you know, our cousins and stuff like that as well, which I lost the last one 2 years ago. But it was so baffling, like, and the worst part, her parents was like, they didn't say anything, but you know, that generation and so on. Stop working out because of the fear of being too muscly. I mean, if that isn't their personal vibe, then fair enough. Exactly, dude. Like this is the thing. Like it's important to draw the line between personal preference and choice. Personal preference and choice and the society's norm on you. Like I remember when I was young, when I was working out the most of the time, I didn't do some stuff. I didn't know so much about working out, so bear with me, don't laugh. So I didn't do some of the exercises because I didn't want to get too bulky in my arms. But the thing is, that was a choice that I made that was like it was my preference from a visual aspect, and I did that choice by myself, right? There wasn't this societal notion of this is how you're supposed to look. About joke, there's also the fact that there's a lot of people, I mean, when there's 8 guys and 1 girl, my 6 is just because there's just 1 girl. You know, the fact that the majority is going to like it and this is not important and they go, I'm going to be upset. Yes. Disco arms? I don't know what a disco arm is, dude. You are writing slowly, but you do not need to apologize for it. I read it. I try to catch it as soon as I can. What is a disco arm? I'm going to Google this real quick before we go. Huh? When I Google it, it says it shows me disco. It shows me disco when I Google it. How much? Exactly. That's the thing. It's a thing in my area in Sweden. Arm is when you train your bicep, tricep, look bulky and nothing else. Oh.
I decided that I was a feminist, and this seemed uncomplicated to me. But my recent research has shown me that feminism has become an unpopular word. Women are choosing not to identify as feminist. Apparently, I am among the ranks of women whose expressions are seen as too strong, too aggressive,
also something I
isolating,
dislike.
and anti-men, unattractive.
Riddler, what's up, dude? Happy Monday, dude. Good
Why
morning to you, because
has
it's...
the word become such
No,
an
wait, good
uncomfortable
afternoon.
one?
It should be like 1 p.m., right, for you?
I am from Britain. and I think it is right that I am paid the same as my male counterparts. I think it is right that I should be able to make
Good morning is
decisions
fine.
about
Welcome
my
in,
own
dude.
body. I think
This was 7 years ago. So, a funny story, like this was 7 years ago. And I think when we brought up to, what was it? I think it was for the Avengers movies, when it turned out like most of the women didn't make as much as the male cast. I mean, sure, Chris Evans made a fraction of the money anyone else did at the time for Captain America as well, but he renegotiated. But I think it was when they learned about, I think it was the first Avengers movie, that Scarlett Johansson, as the only female lead, also made a fraction about her male colleagues. I might be wrong here, but there's been a lot of this. It's the 8th of March, so we're discussing how we can be better the rest of the
think it is right that women be
64 days a
involved
year
on my behalf
since it's
in the
International
policies
Women's Day,
and the decisions
and talk
that will
about those
affect
kind of
my
things. And later on, we might be
think
doing games.
it is right
If we do games, we're going
that
to do Into
socially
the Breach,
I am afforded
which
the same
Muckworm redeemed.
respect as men.
Like you throw like a girl, you hit like a girl. Never
sadly,
made sense to me.
I can say
No,
that there is
exactly.
no
That's the
one
thing.
country
Cry
in
like
the
a girl
world
or something like
where
that as
all
well.
women can expect to
Or
receive
like
these
squealing
rights.
like a girl and stuff like that. That's the
No
things I've been
country in
trying
the
to
world
self-consciously
can
think
yet say
about
that they have
most of my
achieved
life,
gender equality.
because I never understood those terms.
These
I mean,
rights
with that
I
said,
consider to be human rights.
it's not
but
like
I
I
am one of the
haven't made
lucky
those kind of
ones.
jokes, especially as a kid. I
My
have.
life is a sheer privilege
And
because my parents didn't love me less because I was born a daughter.
yeah,
My school did not limit me because I was a girl. My mentors didn't assume that I would go less far because I might give birth to a child one day. These influences were the gender equality ambassadors that made me who I am today. They may not know it, but they are the inadvertent feminists who are changing the world
she sounds so
today.
nervous when she's talking here.
We need more of those.
It's
And
kind
if
of
you
like when
still
Elliot
hate the word,
Page came out during
it
the
is
speech as
not
well.
the word
I felt bad for Elliot.
that is important. It's the idea
Not bad as in
and the
for coming out,
ambition
like, but
behind
just
it.
like, holy shit,
Because
like,
not all women have
damn.
received the same rights that I have.
No, I mean, she was a
fact,
grown up here, Riddler, I
Statistically,
think.
very few have been.
I think she was,
In
let
1997,
me look up how old
Hillary
she is.
Clinton made a famous speech in Beijing about women's rights. Sadly, many of the things that she wanted to change are still true today.
She was 24 here.
But what stood out for me the most
But yeah, I imagine it'd be
that
scary
less than
too. I don't think I would
30%
be able to do this
of the audience
because this is
were
like
men.
televised. Wow, Solly!
Assemble.
Socks for the boys. Hi, Grunt. How are you? Solly, welcome in. Come back. Can you do a shout out for Solly? Raiders, my name is Orhenka. I don't know if you guys know me.
What exactly is it that they do?
Grunt, thank you so much for the follow. Saka, how are you? Shrapnel. So today is 8th of March. So what we're doing is we're educating ourselves how to be better the rest of the 364 days since it's International Women's Day. And you're welcome to stay. We might do some games later. If you're going to do some games, it's going to be, first of all, it's going to be Into the Breach, which has been redeemed by Muckworm. Otherwise, we're going to continue with Chrono Trigger, the retro game as well. My name is Arhenka. I stream on Mondays and Fridays. I'm a variety streamer. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask or read my bio. I have two cats, Leia and Luke. One is sleeping there and one is sleeping behind me. Unfortunately, no cat cam at this
What
time.
exactly
Might
is it that
become
they
later.
do?
Tracker,
Kick
thank
names,
you, underscore.
kick-ass.
Thank you so much for the follow. Socks up with the boys. Yes, Prax. Saxon man. And you talk too much? God damn it, Charlie. I thought it was follow you already. Don't worry about it, Tracker. There's no need to be following me if you don't want to. Let's see here. Solly, I was lurking earlier when I was getting ready. I don't know what you were playing. I'm sorry. Wait, I also misspelled your name. Nice. Because
What
I'm
exactly
also
is it that
dumb.
they do?
Saka,
Kick
thank you so much
names,
for the
take
follow.
ass.
Also, this it's good that I don't know my own commands. There we go. Yes, yes, yes. Dirge of Cerberus. I was seeing you and you were wearing that hat, which was weird because I didn't understand what that hat was. Hank is the master lurker. Thank you. So you was the Japanese version. I've only watched Dirge of Cerberus at times, but I don't think I've played through it. I've watched it through YouTube as well. But what was that hat? I want to know before we continue with the video. And yes, you're welcome to share videos. You're very welcome to comment on videos. Surge of Derpers. I mean, I think I think Surge of Derpers is better than what is the other game called? When you play Zack. What is the game called? Is it really that bad, Sally? Is it really that bad? I don't know. It would look like a night hat. You wore it for a while. But basically, if you guys have videos, you want to share experiences, talk about it, just let me know. Crisis Core. Yes, I dislike Crisis Core kind of a lot. I really, really do. Not because of like some of the plot and the characters just doesn't vibe with me, man. That's all I got to say. But yeah, if you guys want to have ideas for videos we should watch on this day, just let me know. If you have things you want to say, just spit it out in chat, and I'll come to, when I'm there. I'll read it. Otherwise, sit back, enjoy it, and tag along for the ride.
How can we affect change in the world?
And right now, as you were
when
figuring
only
out,
half
we're
of it
watching
is invited
Emma
or
Watson's
feel
UN
welcome
speech
to
from
participate
2014.
in the
No,
conversation?
I'm actually enjoying quite a lot. Just a bit tricky getting used to controls.
Men.
Oh, I see.
Most of us are going somewhere we know.
Kessler,
That doesn't
thank
mean
you
we
so
should
much
know
for
what to
the
expect.
host, bro. How are you? Happy Monday.
Careful. Look out for each other.
Oh, I mean, that shit can come and go, right?
Gender equality is your issue too.
Yes.
Because to date, I've seen my father's role as a parent being valued less by society, despite my needing his presence as a child as much as my mother's. I've seen young men suffering from mental illness, unable to ask for help,
See?
for fear
This
it would
is-
make them less of a man.
This
or
is
less
why I
of a
love
man.
this speech.
In
Because
fact, in the UK,
with this speech, she
suicide
just
is the
shut
biggest
everyone
killer of
down.
men, between 20 to 49,
Yeah, Clark.
eclipsing road accidents.
But I'm drinking water and talking, so
cancer,
I'm just changing
and
because
coronary heart
I don't need the nicotine, but I need the taste. And when the taste is
I've
gone, I
seen
just spit
men
it out.
made fragile and insecure by a distorted sense of what constitutes male success.
She just
Men
shut
don't have the
everyone
benefits
down right
of
now.
equality
I like this
either.
woman too, who's like shamelessly
We don't
just
often
filming
talk
it.
about men being
I
imprisoned
love it.
by gender stereotypes, but I can see that they are. And that when they are free, things will change for women as a natural consequence.
Mm-hmm.
If men don't have to be aggressive in order to be accepted,
And
women
that
won't
that's
feel
what,
compelled
you know, a lot of
to be
people say, like,
submissive.
what about International Men's Day?
If men
Motherfucker,
don't
there is
have
an
to
International
control,
Men's Day. And
women
that's the
won't
kind of
have to
things
be
you need to
controlled.
talk about then. But these people who said, like,
Both
oh, why
men and
isn't there
women
no
should feel
International Men's
free
Day?
to be sensitive.
They never
Both
talk
men
about
and women should feel free
it during
to
the
be
International
strong.
Men's Day. They just
It is
bitch.
time that we all perceive gender on a spectrum
And I hate that.
instead of two sets of opposing ideals. If
I vehemently detest
if
the
we stop
fact.
defining each other by what we are not and start defining ourselves by
Yes,
who
there
we
is.
are, we can
It's
all
in
be
November.
freer.
Wait, let me look it up.
And this is what he, she is about. It's about freedom.
19th of November.
I want men to take up this mantle so that their daughters,
Yes, there's an
sisters,
International
and
Men's
mothers
Day.
can be
19th
free
of
from
November.
prejudice,
Otherwise,
but
correct,
also
Sally.
so that their sons have permission to be vulnerable
Yeah.
and human too. Reclaim those parts of
And
themselves
that's
they abandoned.
That's when we
And in
talk about
doing
this
so,
part, which she's talking about
be a
right
more
now.
true and
That's when we
complete
discuss
version of
those things,
themselves.
bring it up, bring them up to light, and
You
those
might be
things.
thinking, who is this Harry Potter girl? And what is she doing speaking at the UN? And it's a really good question. I've been asking myself the same thing. All I know is that I care about this problem, and I want to make it better. And having seen what I've seen, and given the chance, I feel it is my responsibility to say something.
This is
Statesman
so
Edmund
important,
Burke
dude.
said, "All that is needed for the forces of evil to triumph is for good men and women to do nothing."
Have you seen this Solly before?
In my nervousness for this speech, and in my moments of doubt, I've told myself firmly, if not me, who? If not now,
Head on the nail.
when? If you have similar doubts when opportunities are presented to you, I hope that those words will be helpful. Because the reality is that if we do nothing, it will take 75 years, or for me to be nearly 100, before women can expect to
Yeah.
be paid the same as men for the same work. 15.5 million girls will be married in the next 16 years as
These
children.
numbers are insane.
And at current rates, it won't be until 2086 before all rural African girls can have a secondary education. If you believe in equality, you might be one of those inadvertent feminists that I spoke of earlier. And for this, I applaud you. We are struggling for a uniting word, but the good news is that we have a uniting
2014, Kessler.
It is called He for She. I am inviting you to step forward, to be seen, and to ask yourself, if not me,
Come back, Lou.
who?
Are you still here?
If not now, when? Thank you very, very much.
So there is a thing that I reacted to in her speech. It's like we have to do something now, and I agree. I totally agree. There's, however, one thing that I think is very important that we talk about, and it's and you're welcome to disagree and prove me wrong, of course. But there's something that I've seen evidence of. I don't know if there is scientific evidence. This is purely, how do you say it? Like not biased information, but anecdotal information. So it's that we should also be careful. Solly, thank you so much for the
Thanks for the Luke's Hanka, thanks
subscription.
for dying so meeting for Women's Day.
I mean, thanks for being here and bringing your community over. I mean, I'm not doing much. We're watching videos and I'm talking out of my ass. So thank you. Speculate. No, more like anecdotal. That's the word I think I'm looking for. So 4 months subscription, by the way, Solly. Feel free to use the Leia emotes as you wish, and the Luke emotes as well. Let's not leave him out of it. So the thing is, I believe that there's also when you see bullshit, like straight up bullshit, you should stop it right then and there. That goes without saying. Be a good fucking human being. I don't think that's so fucking hard. However, I believe also that there are some things, I talked to some of my friends about it today. There is some things that does not maybe need a certain strong reaction at the moment, because the pendulum thing is the more you push, the more the other side will push back. I don't know. Have you guys seen the video, which I'm going to show you as well, of how to change someone's mind? This is based on scientific research. You know what? Let's actually watch this. I think this is because this is in the topic. Let me Google it first. Here, Thank you for the alert, Solly.
If you've spent any time on Earth, you might have noticed that humans are not the most rational.
Why is this Arabic?
Creatures.
I don't want it to be Arabic, dude. Can I choose this? I can. There we go. This is for his key. Okay. This one, I love this one. I adore this video.
If you've spent any time on Earth, you might have noticed that humans are not the most rational of creatures. We make decisions based mostly on emotions instead of facts, and a lot of times we're guided by tribal instinct. Part of the problem is that the human brain evolved to help us survive, and not necessarily to help us be factually accurate. So we often respond better to social and tribal dynamics than to intellectual analysis. For example, if someone's tribe believes that Obama is a secret Muslim born in Kenya, that person probably thinks the hard proof of his U.S. birth certificate is fake. That conclusion is neither rational nor accurate. But from a tribal perspective, it makes sense. It's safer to agree with your tribe and stay united ideologically, even if you're wrong about the facts, than to disagree and isolate yourself. Another part of the problem is that our brain is constantly protecting our worldview and sense of identity. So when our worldview is challenged, that same part of the brain that processes physical danger gets activated. This is why people sometimes react so aggressively to information that proves them wrong. And this is why it's often so hard to have an intelligent political debate. Several studies have also shown that there is a backfire effect that happens when people encounter facts that contradict their current beliefs. They actually become more convinced of their original ideas. So fighting ignorance with facts is like fighting a grease fire with water.
But
it seems like it should work, but it actually just makes the whole thing worse. Lastly, there's the problem of lack of empathy. Several studies have found that when humans are divided into groups of any kind, we instinctively become less empathetic to members of other groups. That means that for survival's sake, we might instinctively empathize less with other races, other nationalities, and even other sports teams. This instinctive dehumanization of other groups is what makes things like slavery and genocide possible in our society. So, what can you do? If you want someone to consider factual information that clashes with their beliefs, first you have to prevent their brain from seeing you as a personal threat. So, look for ways to identify the person as part of your tribe and you as part of theirs. Hey, we're part of the same family. Hey, we're both parents. Hey, we both still play Pokemon Go. Whatever. Anything that communicates that you're part of the same tribe. That's the first step. Second, consider the possibility that you may be wrong. Maybe the facts are not on your side, in which case admitting it will help you model to the other person that it's okay to be wrong. I understand that none of this is easy or smooth, but if we want to continue to function as a stable society, we have to learn to get past our own natural biases. Only when that happens, we'll be able to move forward
sometimes
towards
this
a
guy
better
reminds me of your voice. I don't know why. Yeah, I don't know. No, I don't think he does. We should actually queue this one up too.
Ladda ner Kry-appen.
Shut the fuck up. There. Have you guys seen this one? Also a TED Talk, but like this is based also on African. Let's see here. I love this one. I love all the videos, but you know, it's pretty long, so you know. But this is very interesting, I believe.
My brother Chooks and my best friend Ike are part of the organizing team. And so when they asked me to come, I couldn't say no. But I'm so happy to be here. What a fantastic team of people who care about Africa. I feel so humbled and so happy to be here. And I also
this is from the point of, you know, us being in...
little girl in the world is in the audience. Her name is Kamsi Adichie. And I want her to stand up. She's my niece.
From a non-European perspective or non-Western world? Does that make sense?
So I would like to start by telling you about one of my greatest friends, Okoloma Madwewese. Okoloma lived on my street and looked after me like a big brother. If I liked a boy, I would ask Okoloma's opinion. Okoloma died in the notorious Sosoliso plane
All the others.
in Nigeria in December of 2005.
Yeah, of course. Of course, Panda. Like, I like the spoon theory on this one. Like, do you have the spoons to deal with this today? If yes, do it. If no, don't do it. I usually have a lot of spoons. So it takes a while before I get drained of them. But I also firmly believe that there's different ways of doing something. Like, some things doesn't always show. And that's the important part. Like, some things doesn't always show. And you can still do it. You can still be someone's hero for the day by saying, you know, if there's anything, or just agree with them, or comfort them, or talk to them. You don't have to start.
Most of us are going somewhere we know.
Thank you for the host.
That doesn't mean you should know what to expect. Be careful.
There's different ways of doing something. That's all. That's the thing. You don't have to take everything to the fight. Most people who know me knows that I do that. Like, I plant my feet on the ground and say, no, you move. And sometimes I do it in the wrong situations and so on. But, like, you know, I try my best to become better every day. But I will not judge. I will not judge anyone for doing what they can do at the given moment, because I cannot, like, just like how friendships work, I cannot judge people by what I do to my friends or how I act to my friends. Like, if I choose to be giving and blah blah blah, it could also be like my economic situation allows me to do this or do that, right? But I will never judge my friends for what they give to me. We're talking physically here or emotionally, depending on like what they have at the moment. Unless it's like, you know, I always want to talk to them and they always say no. That's a different thing. Then right then and there, I might react to the person. There's a difference. That's the difference.
Oklahoma was the person I could argue with, laugh with, and truly talk to. He was also the first person to call me a feminist. I was about 14. We were in his house, arguing, both of us bristling with half-baked knowledge.
Do you understand what I'm coming at here? I hope
I don't remember what
makes
this
sense.
particular argument was about. But I remember that as I argued and argued, Okoloma looked at me and said, "You know, you're a feminist." It was not a compliment. I could tell from his tone, the same tone that you would use to say something like, "You're a supporter of terrorism." I did not know exactly what this word feminist meant.
Hey,
and I did not want
thank
Okoloma
you.
to know that I did not know.
Welcome in. Happy
So
Monday. I hope
aside
everything's
and I
good.
continued to argue. And the first thing I planned to do when I got home was to look up the word feminist in the dictionary. Now, fast forward to some years later. I wrote a novel about a man who, among other things, beats his wife and whose story doesn't end very well. While I was promoting the novel in Nigeria, a journalist, a nice, well-meaning man, told me he wanted to advise me. And for the Nigerians here, I'm sure we're all familiar with how quick our people are to give unsolicited advice.
I like how
He
she
told me that people
talks
were
and makes
saying
these
that
things.
My novel was feminist. And his advice to me, and he was shaking his head sadly as he spoke, was that I should never call myself a feminist because feminists are women who are unhappy because they cannot find husbands.
Do you know that joke? Women cannot, like,
So
do you know that
I decided
joke?
to call myself a happy feminist.
No, but don't you know that,
Then an
like, oh,
academic
but she
Nigerian
probably
woman
needs dick.
told me that
Have you
feminism was
never
not
heard that
about
joke?
that feminism was
Like the
about
people make about
But I was
women,
calling
like,
myself a feminist
oh,
because
she's
I had
probably
grown
about
up
to
by
start her
most
period, or she needs
Which
dick.
amused me because a lot of
There's
my
a
early
lot of
reading was
those things going
decidedly
around, though.
unfeminist. I think I must have read every single Milton Boone romance published before I was 16. And each time I try to read those books called the feminist classics, I get bored, and I really struggle to finish them. But anyway, since feminism was un-African, I decided I would now call myself a happy African feminist. At some point, I was a happy African feminist who does not hate men and who likes lip gloss and who wears high heels for herself but not for men. Of course, a lot of this was tongue-in-cheek, but that was...
Yeah, I haven't personally heard that one myself.
You hate men, you hate bras.
I personally never heard that one myself,
sort of
like in my friends
Now,
group
here's a story
or
from
stuff
my
like that.
childhood.
But
When I was in primary
yes, I know that one
My
enough.
teacher said at the beginning of term that she would give the class a test.
You know what I
And
should
whoever
do?
got
Fuck
the
it.
highest score would be the class monitor. Now, class monitor was a big deal. If you were a class monitor, you got to write down the names of noisemakers.
I'm tired of this.
Which was heady enough power on its own. But my teacher would also give you a cane to hold in your hand while you walked around and patrolled the class for noisemakers. Now, of course, you were not actually allowed to use the cane. But it was an exciting prospect for the 9-year-old me. I very much wanted to be
There you
a
go.
class monitor. And I got the highest score on the test.
This is better.
Then, to my surprise, my teacher said that the monitor had to be a boy. She had forgotten to make that clear earlier because she assumed it was obvious. A boy had the second highest score on the test, and he would be monitor.
There we go.
Now, what was even more interesting
No, I'm not gonna
about
hide the
this
chat.
is that the boy was a sweet, gentle soul.
Because I'm going to highlight
No
this, so
interest
I
in
want the chat to be there.
class with a cane.
I can
While
move the chat if you
I
want to.
was full of ambition to do so. But I was female, and he was male, and so he became the class
There.
monitor.
You
And
happy?
I've never forgotten that incident. I often make the mistake of thinking that something that is obvious to me is just as obvious to everyone else. Now, take my dear friend Louis, for example. Louis is a brilliant progressive man, and we would have conversations, and he would tell me, I don't know what you mean by things being different or harder for women. Maybe in the past.
That fucking particular one, I've heard so
I
many
do not
times.
understand how Louis could not see what seemed so self-evident. Then one evening in Lagos, Louis and I
Wait.
went out with...
Boz. Bosmos. Are you here? What's Lagos? You should know the button. No. No. What happens in Lagos? What happens in Lagos? See? Nice.
friends. And for people here who are...
We
familiar
watched
with
all of
Lagos, there's that
WandaVision.
wonderful Lagos fixture.
I've been giving her shit
Sprinkling of
every time she gets
men
Legos
hanging
wrong.
around outside establishments and very dramatically help you pack your car. I was
Put you on the
impressed
spot
with
there,
the
though.
particular theatrics of the man who found us a parking spot that evening. And so as we were leaving, I decided to give him a tip. I opened my bag, put my hand inside my bag, brought out my money that I had earned from doing my work, and I gave it to the man. And he, this man who was very grateful and very happy, took the money from me, looked across at Louis, and said, "Thank you, sir."
Also fucked up.
Louis looked at me, surprised, and asked, "Why is he thanking me? I didn't give him the money." Then I saw realization dawn on Louis.
Boom. I love it.
The man believed that whatever money I had ultimately come from Louis, because Louis is a man. Now, men and women are different. We have different hormones, we have different sexual organs, we have different biological abilities. Women can have babies, men can't.
I think this is so important, dude.
Men have testosterone and are, in general, physically stronger than women.
Yes, they
There's
dropped it
slightly
on
more
Friday.
women than men in the world. About 52% of the world's population is female. But most of the positions of power and prestige are occupied by men. The late Kenyan Nobel Peace Laureate Wangari Maathai put it simply and well when she said, "The higher you go, the fewer women there are." In the recent US
I think
election,
this
we
one
kept
is so
hearing of
interesting
the
and so
Lilly
good.
Ledbetter Law. And if we go beyond the nicely alliterative name of that law, it was really about a man and a woman doing the same job, being equally qualified, and the man being paid more because he's a man. So in a literal way, men rule the world. And this made sense 1,000 years ago. Because human beings lived then in a world in which physical strength was the most important attribute for survival.
I don't agree, but I see where she's coming from.
More likely to lead. And men in general are physically stronger. Of course, there are many exceptions. But today we live in a vastly different world. The person more likely to lead is not the physically stronger person. It is the more creative person, the more intelligent person, the more innovative person. And there are no hormones for those attributes. A man is as likely as a woman to be intelligent, to be creative, to be innovative. We have evolved, but it seems to me that our ideas of gender have not evolved.
Exactly.
Some weeks ago, I walked into the lobby of one of the best Nigerian hotels. I thought about naming the hotel, but I thought I probably shouldn't. And a guard at the entrance stopped me and asked me annoying questions. Because the automatic assumption is that a Nigerian female walking into a hotel alone is a sex worker.
I talked about this a couple of weeks ago.
Responsible supply rather than the demand for sex workers.
With sex workers, it was so fucked up.
In Lagos, I cannot go alone into many reputable bars and clubs. They just don't let you in if you're a woman alone. You have to be accompanied by a man. Each time I walk into a Nigerian restaurant with a man...
Would that man not be able to hire a prostitute and go to the restaurant, though? Like, I don't understand that.
And there's some women who are like, yes, I fuck that. The waiters are products of a society that has taught them that men are more important than women. And I know the waiters don't intend any harm, but it is one thing to know intellectually and quite another to feel it emotionally. Each time they ignore me, I feel invisible. I feel upset. I want to tell them that I am just as human as the man, that I am just as worthy of acknowledgement. These are little things, but sometimes it's the little things that sting the most. Now, not long ago, I wrote an article about what it means to be young and female in Lagos, and an acquaintance told me, it was so angry. Of course it was angry.
Yes, we did.
Gender as it functions today is a grave injustice. We should all be angry. Anger has a long history of bringing about positive change. But in addition to being angry, I'm also hopeful. Because I believe deeply in the ability of human beings to make and remake themselves for the better. Gender matters everywhere in the world, but I want to focus on Nigeria.
So this is the cool thing about the intersectionality and how different works like in different cultures, and how essentially our colonialism has affected that like other continents as well.
Happier women who are truer to themselves, and this is how to start. We must raise our daughters differently. We must also raise our sons differently. We do a great disservice to boys in how we raise them.
Again, I'm running out of videos here. So if you guys want more videos, line them up, people. In chat, please.
Boys inside the cage. We teach boys to be afraid of fear. We teach boys to be afraid of weakness, of vulnerability.
Exactly the thing also Emma Watson was talking about, if you guys remember.
Because they have to be, in Nigeria speak, hard man. In secondary school, a boy and a girl, both of them teenagers, both of them with the same amount of pocket money, would go out, and the boy would be expected always to pay, to prove his masculinity. And yet we wonder why boys are more likely to steal money from their parents. What if both boys and girls were raised not to link masculinity with money? What if the attitude was not, the boy has to pay, but rather, whoever has more should pay? Now, of course, because of the historical advantage, it is mostly men who will have more today. But if we start raising...
No, I agree, Penda, because...
Then in 50 years, in 100 years...
People say that, and it's so fucked up. Like, women are crazy now and all that.
But by far, the worst thing we do...
Like, how are they crazy?
Making them feel that they have to be hard, is that we leave
like, explain that to me. In which way are they crazy? Are they crazy because... Like, there's a good quote that I like. People talking about people being
And
so
then we do a
aggressive and so
much better
sensitive, or
disservice to
maybe
girls because we raise
they're
them to
taking less
cater
of the
to
bullshit
fragile
we're
egos
serving.
of men.
Have you thought
We
about
teach
that?
girls to shrink
Like, have you?
themselves, to make
No, you
themselves
haven't.
smaller.
Why? Because
We say to girls, you can have ambition, but not too much. You should aim to be successful,
which
but
part
not
say
too
these?
successful. Otherwise, you will threaten the man. If you are the breadwinner in your relationship with a man, you have to pretend that you're not, especially in public. Otherwise,
Goal
you
of
will
equality.
emasculate him. But what if we question the premise itself? Why should a woman's success be a threat to a man? What if we decide to simply dispose of that word?
I'm looking
I
at it
don't
right
think
now.
There's an English word I dislike more than
Boys are taught to be strong, yes. But that is
In
a thing
Nigeria,
everywhere. It doesn't
acquaintance
matter
once asked
everywhere.
me if I was worried that men would be intimidated by me. I was not worried at all. In fact, it had not occurred to me to be worried because a man who would be intimidated by me is exactly the kind of man I would have no interest in.
I've seen this debate history, and
But still, I was really
like
struck by
I
this.
used to think that there
Because
was
I am
some
female,
reason to
I'm
what
expected
Jordan
to
Peterson
aspire
used
to
to say,
marriage.
but
I'm
then
expected to make my life
he lost
choices,
it,
always
dude. He
keeping in
fucking
mind
lost it.
that marriage is the most important. Now, marriage
According
can
to me, like most people do.
can be a source of joy and love and mutual support. But why do we teach girls to aspire to marriage and we don't teach boys the same? I know a woman who decided to sell her house because she didn't want to intimidate a man who might marry her.
I've seen this one. I know where it gets heated.
I know an unmarried woman in Nigeria who, when she goes to conferences, wears a wedding ring because, according to her, she wants the other participants in the conference to give her respect. I know young women who are under so much pressure from family, from friends, even from work, to get married, and they're pushed to make terrible choices. A woman at a certain age who is unmarried, our society teaches her to see it as a deep personal failure. And a man at a certain age who is unmarried, we just
But I
he hasn't
think,
come around
like,
to
we
getting
all
his
know. Yeah,
It's
it is
easy for
argumentative,
us
but
to
like
say,
I
"Oh, but
think
women
with
can
that
just
video
say no to all
especially,
of
we
this."
also
But the
know
reality is more
what
difficult and more
happened. Like,
complex.
you know how
We're all social
he
beings. We internalize
essentially
ideas from our socialization. Even the
he hit the
language
brick
we
wall
use
both
in
physically and
talking about
mentally.
marriage and relationships illustrates this. The language of marriage is often a language of ownership rather than a language of partnership.
So much
We
this.
use the word respect to mean something a woman shows a man, but often not something a man shows a woman. Both men and women in Nigeria will say, and this is an expression I'm very amused by, I did it for peace in my marriage. Now, when men say it, it is usually about something that they should not be doing anyway.
Oh.
Sometimes they say it to their friends, it's something they say to their friends in a kind of fondly exasperated way. You know, something that ultimately proves how masculine they are, how needed, how loved. Oh, my wife said I can't go to the club every night, so for peace in my marriage, I do it only on weekends. Now, when a woman says, I did it for peace in my marriage,
Sex?
she's really talking about having given up a job,
Okay.
a dream, a career. We teach females that in relationships, compromise is what women do.
She's speaking from
We
an
raise
African
girls
point of
to
view or
see each
Nigerian
other's
point of view, but I think this
not
is
for
applicable
jobs or
everywhere, though.
accomplishments, which I think can be a good thing,
Isn't it?
but for the attention of men.
Like, what does the women in chat think
We
about
teach
that?
girls that they cannot be sexual beings in the way that boys are. If we
See,
have
this-
sons, we don't
just
mind
that
knowing
part.
about our sons' girlfriends, but our daughters' boyfriends, God forbid.
Isn't that applicable
But
everywhere?
of course, when the time is right, we expect those girls to bring back the perfect man to be their husbands. We police girls, we praise girls for virginity, but we don't praise boys for virginity. And it's always made me wonder how exactly this is supposed to work out, because
But it's true, though. Like, isn't it?
I mean, the loss of virginity is usually a process that involves people. Recently, a young woman was gang raped in a university in Nigeria. I think some of us know about that. And the response of many young Nigerians, both male and female, was something along the lines of this. Yes, rape is wrong. But what is a girl doing in a room with 4 boys? Now, if we
This hurts my brain.
The horrible inhumanity of that response,
This hurts my brain, dude.
these Nigerians have been raised to think of women as inherently guilty.
Are you kidding me?
And they've been raised to expect so little of men that the idea of men as
I get so
savage
triggered every
beings
time by that
without any
shit.
control is somehow acceptable. We teach girls shame. Close your legs, cover yourself. We make them feel as though by being born female, they're already guilty of something. And so, girls grow up to be women who cannot say they have desire. They grow up to be women who silence themselves. They grow up to be women who cannot say what they truly think. And they grow up, and this is the worst thing we do to girls, they grow up to be women who have turned pretense into an art form.
Someone can control themselves inherently sexist. Yes.
I know a woman who hates domestic.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate that one as well. We actually had that discussion, Hiski, not too long ago in my stream. And there was actually an acquaintance of mine who pissed me the fuck off.
And then she got married.
Pissed me off.
And after a while, her husband
fucking royally.
that she had changed.
Oh, I was so mad. You have no idea.
Actually, she had not changed. She just got tired of pretending. The problem with gender is that it prescribes how we should be, rather than recognizing how we are. Now imagine how much happier we would be, how much freer to be our true individual selves if we didn't have the weight of gender expectations. Boys and girls are undeniably different, biologically, but socialization exaggerates the differences, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling process. Now take cooking, for example. Today, women in general are more likely to do the housework than men, the cooking and cleaning. But why is that? Is it because women are born with a cooking gene? Or because over years they have been socialized to see cooking as their role?
Household
Actually, I was
work.
going to say that maybe women are born with the cooking gene, until I remembered that the majority of the famous cooks in the world,
Boz, do you remember what we talked about?
chefs, are men. I used to look at my grandmother, who was a brilliant, brilliant woman, and wonder how she would have been if she had the same opportunities as when she was growing up.
Burger King thing.
Now today, there are many more opportunities for women than there were during my grandmother's time, because of changes in policy, changes in law, all of which are very important.
To give you guys context, wait, let me show you. This is the dumbest shit ever. So Burger King tried to do a feminist ad, but they fucked up. God damn it, Washington Post. Give me that. Give me the tweet. There it is. And they still have not removed it. Look at this shit. Here it is. So, here it is. Do you see this? Burger King tweets out, women belong in the kitchen, because they know that that's going to garner reactions. People are going to flip the fuck out, come in and be mad at them, right? That's the thing, because that's not the important part. Burger King is actually trying to get attention. The important part is what happens here. If they want to, of course, only 20% of chefs are men. We're on a mission to change that gender ratio in restaurant industry by empowering female employees with the opportunity to pursue a culinary career. We're proud to be launching a new scholarship program that will help with female Burger King employees to pursue their culinary dreams, right? But they clickbait. And of course... fix this. This is annoying. Of course, people lose their shit. Why did they lose their shit? Because people in general read this. Now, exactly, dude. Exactly. So what happens is people lose their shit. Why do people lose their shit? Because you see this. And now comes the interesting part. Now, is it okay for them to do the clickbait because they want to gather attention for the second part and so on? They have some of the best vegan burgers, Kessler, here in Sweden at least. It's amazing. I recommend it warmly. So what happens is, oh yeah, there it is. Did you see the Schrodinger's douchebag before me? Or did you click on that yourself? Did you see that? My God. If you saw that before I scrolled. And yes, and there we are as well. Exactly. This is the important part as well. And you know what the worst part is? Oh, fuck off, dude, Tim. This is the let's see if we can find the replies. Can I see that from here? Here, they're actually replying to people. Here, see that? They instead of also understanding that they kind of fucked up in a way, they're not. This sounds a good one. Instead of realizing they fucked up, they're like trying to explain it. And like, if that many people react adversely, maybe you did something fucked up. Like if it's one person, okay, you know. But these are several persons that are reacting like that. And I think that somewhere along the line, people should realize what they're doing. Yeah, it was just so dumb. We want to make dinner, but I also want to stay in this discussion. Why not bring your phone and do both? So that's the thing. Like they are asses kicked. Yeah, dude. Here. I love this one. Look at this one. This one is amazing, dude. So what they do is what belongs in the trash, blah, blah, blah. They're defending the tweet. And somewhere along the line, I would have said, you know, maybe we fucked up. Maybe we fucked up, but they didn't. They did it. All right, let's continue with the video.
Is our attitude, our mindset, what we believe and what we value about gender. What if, in raising children, we focus on ability instead of gender? What if in raising children, we focus on interest instead of gender?
One of the problems...
I know a family who have a son and a daughter, both of whom are brilliant at school, who are wonderful, lovely children.
And we already know from what we saw from that tweet, people doesn't read all of it. People doesn't listen to all of it. It's always going to be like that, no matter where you are.
But she's a girl.
Even if the person's your friends or not, it's always going to be like that.
From the beginning, taught both the boy and the girl to cook Indomie.
It's a thing.
Cooking, by the way, is a very useful skill for a boy to have. I've never thought it made sense to leave such a crucial thing, the ability to nourish oneself, in the hands of others. I know a woman who has the same degree and the same job as her husband. When they get back from work,
Guna.
she does
How are you? Happy Monday.
Which I think is true for many marriages. But what struck me about them was that whenever her husband changed the baby's diaper, she said thank you to him. Now, what if she saw this as perfectly normal and natural? That
one of my friends used to say,
care for his child.
That he burns water.
I'm trying to unlearn many of the lessons of gender that I internalized when I was growing up. But I sometimes still feel very vulnerable in the face of gender expectations. The first time I taught a writing class in graduate school,
like a dumbass that I'm not doing.
I was worried.
I'm not downloading the game because I know
the
I haven't
material I
installed
would
it.
teach because I was well prepared and I was going to teach what I enjoyed teaching. Instead, I was worried about what to wear. I wanted to be taken seriously. I knew that because I was female, I would automatically have to prove
Yes,
my
I
worth.
do. Is it
And I was worried that if I
in
looked too
the subject
feminine,
as
I would
well?
not be taken
Boss?
seriously. I really wanted to wear my shiny lip gloss and my girly skirt, but I decided not to. Instead, I wore a very serious, very manly, and very ugly suit. Because the sad truth is that when it comes to appearance, we start off with men as the standard, as the norm. If a man is getting ready for a business meeting, he doesn't worry about looking too masculine and therefore not being taken for granted.
He made your mom do it every
getting
time?
ready for a business meeting. She
Really?
has to worry about looking too feminine and what it says and whether or not she will be taken for granted, whether or not she will be taken seriously. I wish I had not worn that ugly suit that day. I've actually banished it from my closet, by the way.
Oh, because she was a housewife?
Had I
See,
then
that's the thing.
confidence
We
that I
talked
have
about that
now
earlier. I
to
don't
be
know if you were here,
myself, my
Bossmas.
students would
Like
have benefited even more
housewives
from my
or
teaching.
house dads,
Because I would have been more
husbands,
comfortable
none
and
of
more
them should
fully
be
and more
taken
truly
lightly because of the
myself.
things they do. People
I have chosen
underestimate the
to no
emotional
longer
and
be
the physical
apologetic
labor
for my
people do at home.
femaleness and for my femininity.
There's a reason why people, when they get home,
Like
they're tired and they're like, oh, I have to pick up my kid, I have to do that, and they don't want to do that. Like
And
when
I
people
want to be
become parents with a
respected
full-time
in
jobs
all
as
of my
well,
femaleness
or
because
people
I
that
deserve to
when they take their
Gender is not an
maternity and
easy
paternity
conversation
leaves,
to have.
parental
For
leaves,
both men and women, to bring
why
up gender is sometimes to encounter an
they
almost
don't have the
immediate
energy to do
resistance.
stuff.
I
Like
can
imagine
some
that
people
shit, dude.
here actually thinking women
Oh,
do
I'm
serve.
so sorry about that, boss.
Some of the men here might be thinking, okay, all of this is interesting, but I don't think like that. And that is part of the problem. That many men do not actively think about gender or notice gender is part of the problem of gender.
That's screwed
That
up.
many men say, like my friend Louis, that everything is fine now. And that many men do nothing to change it. If you are a man and you walk into a restaurant with a woman and the waiter greets only you, does it occur to you to ask the waiter, why haven't you greeted her?
Yes.
Because gender can be...
I actually have a work story. I can tell you guys if you want to. Let me tell you a work story. I'm sorry, I'm pausing. So one of the stories, the work stories I have is very, very interesting because basically, so when I was working on normal general tech support, one of my colleagues, who is at least as good as I am, like I considered myself to be S tier, but I consider her to be at least as good as I am, probably better. And she came into that work without having any interest in technology at all, but then she grew and she like absorbed information like a sponge, and she's like amazing. She's one of my closest friends in the work as well. Shout out to her. But unfortunately, she doesn't stream. But anyway, that's what we're going to say. So she handles a customer. So she and we were considered seniors. And that means also that we helped our bosses with stuff. We were in parts of different teams. And that means like we took calls, right? Calls like, I want to talk to your boss. And they handed it to us because like we could do that. So anyway, she has this talk with a person, and he's being a dick essentially. And what he says is like, I want to talk to your manager, because she's like, that's what you're asking for. It's impossible. So what happens is like, she's like, can you take the call? I was like, yeah, sure. And I asked my boss, I was like, yeah, you can take that call. And I was like, I swear to God though, if he says something about you being a woman, I'm going to lose my shit. So he talks to me and I say the exactly same thing, like what you're asking for is impossible. The technology isn't there. We cannot do this. Like if you want that, you have to pay more to get extra stuff. So you can do that things, right? Those things, right? That's what we're telling him. His response to me is, oh, okay. And I was like, wait a minute. Hold on just a minute. What the fuck? So I ask him, dude, why do you just accept it from me? Like, what? Why? And he's like, why didn't you accept it from my colleague, or my, how do you say it? Not my colleague, but my associate or whatever you want to call it, right? So this person says, oh, you know how women can be. I was like, what do you mean how women can be? You know, what the fuck did I just, wait, I just did something. Hold on. There we go. Thank you. So, and I was like, hold on. So you're saying what? And he's like, oh, you know, women in technology. And this ticked me off. And our bosses are very lenient, and our company is very, very non-tolerant. Like if you do or say something sexist, racist, or whatever, you might lose the privilege of having my company as a provider. So basically, I was pissed off. So I told him, like, okay, this is what's going to happen now. I'm going to write a note in your profile. And if you ever say something like this again, you're gonna lose us as a provider. You can't do that. I'm your customer. Like I was like, I don't care. We don't tolerate racism or sexism for that matter. And if I ever see, I'm gonna go in and check this regularly. And if you ever say something like this ever again, we're gonna terminate you as a customer. And he's like, okay. So I still do that to this day, even though I don't work at that department no more. But it also happened like exactly. So it's been a lot of those things, which I find is very interesting. Some people think they can get away with anything. And that's the kind of things, Panda, I was talking about, what you can do in the moment. I mean, my boss had my back there. So that's a different. He told me, however, that I could have maybe expressed it in a better way than I did, which admittedly, maybe I did not.
I love you 3000.
Kessler 004 Lovis Midis 500.
Holy shit, dude. Thank you so much for the 500 biddies. Thank you, dude. But yeah, it was super interesting. Because I've heard sexism before, but for some reason that shit is in my brain so fucking hard. It's stuck to my brain in that way. I don't know. Like as the video we watched earlier, what did the bot say? The bot said Kessler 004 loves me this much, but it said that with a Swedish accent. You want me to replay it? I can replay it for you. Wait, hold on. It says it with a super Swedish English accent.
I love you 3000.
Kessler 004 Lovis Midis 500.
This is a super Swedish accent. This is what we call Swinglish. That's how Charlie speaks and Combat Glow speaks. Watch them waking up out of lurk now and getting like, what the fuck did you just say? See? I told you. Instantly, dude. So, but Hursk does speak that way though. Hi Hursk, how did your stream go? Happy Monday, dude. I don't think a lot of people would do that. Do what I did, you mean? That's the issue though. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's what you should do. I thought he was saying it in Swedish. It was like, so he was. So that's the thing. Like, I think that you should do whatever you can. Always.
I love you 3000.
Kessler, holy shit, dude. 45 bits. Thank you so much. My English is horrendous. We can look at one of your clips.
Actually, Women Rapper was part of the longer version of this talk. So because gender can be very uncomfortable conversation to have, there are very easy ways to close the conversation. So some people will bring up evolutionary biology and apes, how, female apes bow down to male apes, and that sort of thing. But the point is, we're not apes. You know, apes also live on trees and have earthworms for breakfast, and we don't. Some people will say, well, poor men also have a hard time.
All right, Kessler, thank you for the lurk.
But that is not what this But this is not what this conversation is about.
I kind of want to look for another video.
Gender and class are different forms
Thank
of
you for
oppression.
coming in, Hers.
I actually
Bye.
learned quite a bit about
Say hello
systems
to
of
everyone playing
oppression
Minecraft because
and
I
how
think
they can
everyone
be
there
blind
is
to one another by talking to
our
black
mutual
men.
friends.
I was once talking
I want to
to
find a gaming video
black man
about feminism
gender,
as well.
and he said to me, why do you have to say
Do you guys have
my
any?
experience
Do you,
as a
guys,
woman?
do you guys know
Why can't
anyone?
it be
Like,
your experience as a human being? Now, this was the same man who would often talk about his experience as a black man. Gender matters. Men and women experience
I
the
love
world
that email,
differently.
dude.
Gender colors the way we experience the world. But we can
Also,
change that.
Kessler's heart emote kind of looks like, I know
Some
it's a
people will
unicorn
say,
popping out, but it looks like a
oh,
penis.
but women have the real
I'm
power,
sorry, but it
bottom
does.
power.
If you
And
move
for
over it, it
non-Nigerians,
looks like a
bottom power is
penis.
an expression which I suppose means something like a woman who uses her sexuality to get favors from men. But bottom power is not power at all. Bottom power means that a woman simply has a good route to tap into from time to time somebody else's power. And then, of course, we have to wonder what happens when that somebody else is in a bad mood or sick or impotent.
Wow, she went there, huh?
Some
She went
people
there,
will
huh?
say that a woman being subordinate to a man is our culture. But culture is constantly changing. I have beautiful twin nieces who are 15 and live in Lagos. If they had been
I know,
born
I
100
know.
years
I
ago,
was actually thinking
they
bottom
would
as
have been
that
taken
as
away
well.
and killed. Because it was our culture. It was
I
Igbo
actually,
culture to
until
kill twins.
recently, I heard the bottom top thing
So what is
recently,
the
and I
point of
thought that
culture?
was
I mean, there's the decorative,
almost like
the
bottom top,
dancing, the,
you know,
but also
BDSM thing,
culture
but
really
it actually
is
is
about
bottom
preservation
top.
and continuity of
I
the
never
people.
knew that.
In my family, I am the child who is most interested in the story of who we are, in our traditions, in the knowledge of ancestral lands. My brothers are not as interested as I am, but I cannot participate. I cannot go to Munnan meetings. I cannot have a say because I am female. Culture does not make people.
The
People
fuck?
make culture.
My Discord just started now.
So if it is in fact true,
Fuck. My piece has been off for like an hour, 2
if
hours,
it is in
dude. My,
fact true
my
that the
Discord
full
just
humanity
started
of
up.
women is not our culture, then we must make it our culture. I think very often of my dear friend Okoloma Madoewesi. May he and all the others who passed away in that Sosoliso crash continue to rest in peace. He will always be remembered by those of us who loved him. And he was right that day many years ago when he called me a feminist. I am a feminist. And when I looked up the word in the dictionary that day, this is what it said. Feminist, a person who believes in the social, political, and economic equality of the sexes. My great-grandmother, from the stories I've heard, was a feminist. She ran away from the house of the man she did not want to marry and ended up marrying the man of her
I
choice.
just saw where her microphone
She
is placed.
refused, she
When you look at
protested,
it,
she
like her
spoke
microphone
up
is
whenever
placed
she felt she was
away
being
from her,
deprived
but it
of
picks up
access,
to sound
of
so
land,
good.
That sort of thing. My great-grandmother did not know that word feminist. But it doesn't mean that she wasn't
Right,
one.
Hiski, you're an audiophile. You see
More
what I
of
mean,
us
right?
should
Look at
reclaim
this.
that word.
I just noticed.
My own definition of feminist is, a feminist is a man or a woman who says, a feminist is a man or a woman who says, yes, there's a problem with gender as it is today, and we must fix it. We must do better. The best feminist I know is my brother, Kene. He's also a kind, good-looking, lovely man.
Hi, Sigrid. Happy
and
Monday.
He's very
Yeah.
masculine. Thank you.
But I always thought that when you had those microphones, that you still had to have them pretty close. Like the ones you put here, you put them pretty up here and they still pick up. But this one was like, it was like a decimeter out. Okay, Do we have any more videos? Like, I want to see something with a game, with a gaming thing. How about we watch this TED Talk and then we do that, because this is on the topic. Albanian, dude, give me English.
Three
Stop.
people are at a dinner party. Paul, who's married, is looking at Linda. Meanwhile, Linda is looking at John, who's not married. Is someone who's married looking at someone who's not married? Take a moment to think about it. Most people answer that there's not enough information to tell, and most people are wrong.
Master Puppeteer, love the name by the way. It makes me think of Metallica. Welcome in, happy Monday, and thank you for the follow. There's a video on how equality can be achieved. Do you like horror videos? What kind of horror videos are we talking about here, Master Puppeteer? What are we talking about here? Right now we're having on the topic. This is 8th of March. We're having a talk and looking at videos of. Dude, my brain. International Women's Day. So we're talking about how we can be better the rest of the 364 days and how we can, you know, enlighten people around us and be enlightened ourselves. You can't hear me at all? Well, then you're probably muted because everyone else can hear me.
I love you 3,000.
Thank you so much for the bits.
Midis 200
I can't say. Because you guys can hear me, right? So I can't do anything about this. Why is your bot Swedish? Hi, holy fire, Fred. Because my bot is my mom. Da, da, da. How are you, dude? Happy Monday.
Other options.
Yo! What? Wow. Hi, Reaper. Happy Monday, dude. How are you? Wow. No, I mean, Fred has a VIP badge. He can talk however he wants. He can talk however he wants.
So in either scenario, someone
How you doing,
married
Reaper?
is looking at someone who's not married. When presented with the explanation, most people change their minds and accept the correct answer, despite being very confident in their first responses. Now let's look at another case. A 2005 study by Brendan Nyan and Jason Reifler examined American attitudes regarding the justifications for the Iraq War.
Did you sleep over 10 hours?
Researchers presented participants with a news article that showed that no weapons of mass destruction had been found. Yet many participants not only continued to believe
this is
that
on the same topic we
WMDs
talked
had
about
been
before.
found, but they even became more
Holy
convinced of their
shit,
original
Reaper.
views. So why do arguments
God
change people's
damn.
minds in some cases and backfire in others?
That
Arguments
is-
are
that-
more
then you
convincing
know
when they
you
rest
slept.
on a good knowledge of
Then
the
you know you
audience,
actually slept.
taking into account what the audience believes, who they trust, and what they value.
That is the most
Mathematical
important
and
thing.
logical arguments like the dinner party brain teaser work because even when people reach different conclusions, they're starting from the same set of shared beliefs. In 1931, a young unknown mathematician named Kurt Gödel presented a proof that a logically complete system
Dude,
of
I've been
mathematics was
sleeping
impossible,
on the couch for a
despite
couple of
upending
weeks now,
decades of work by
and
brilliant mathematicians like
I'm
Bertrand
actually sleeping
Russell
better.
and
It's
David
just
Hilbert.
fucked up,
The
dude.
proof was
This is-
accepted
I knew
because it
this is a
relied
thing. It's
on
been a thing for me
axioms
for
that
years.
everyone in the field
But I'm
already agreed on.
trying
Of course, many
not
disagreements
to, and-
involve different beliefs
Dude, I'm
that
just
can't simply
vibing
be
on the
reconciled through
couch.
logic. When these beliefs involve outside
know why.
information, the issue often comes down to what sources and authorities people trust. One study asked people to estimate several
this is
statistics
this also
related
works
to
with
the
feminism.
scope of climate change.
This is what Charlie said before. You give them information based as a woman, but they don't believe it because it's a woman. But then the man gives the information and they automatically believe it. I know, but like my bed is amazing as well, Charlie. But it doesn't matter. I don't know why. It's like hardwired into my fucking brain. I've been like that since I was a kid.
Participants were asked questions such as, how many of the years between 1995 and 2006 were one of the hottest 12 years since 1850. After
Elaborate
providing their
paper.
answers, they were presented with data from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in this case showing that the answer was 11 of the 12 years. Being provided with these reliable statistics from a trusted official source made people more likely to accept the reality that the Earth is warming. Finally,
It's
for
also
disagreements
how
that
you
can't
present
be
the information,
definitively
not only
settled
what
with
information you
statistics or
present.
evidence, making a convincing argument may depend on engaging the audience's values. For example, researchers have conducted
Have
a
you guys
number of
seen The
studies
Wave, the
where they've
movie?
asked people of different political backgrounds to rank their values. Liberals in these studies, on average, rank fairness, here meaning whether everyone is treated in the same way, above loyalty.
Nah, fuck that fan.
In later studies, researchers attempted to convince liberals to support military spending with a variety of arguments. Arguments based on fairness, like that the military provides employment and education to people from disadvantaged backgrounds, were more convincing than arguments based on loyalty,
All right.
such as that the military unifies a nation. These three elements, beliefs, trusted sources, and values, may seem like a simple formula for finding agreement and consensus. The problem is that our initial inclination is to think of arguments that rely on our own beliefs, trusted sources, and values. And even when we don't, it can be challenging to correctly identify what's held dear by people who don't already agree with us. The best way to find out is simply to talk to them. In the
I
course
like
of
the
discussion,
wop
you'll be
sound.
exposed to
I wish I could do them. I
counterarguments
wanna.
and rebuttals. These can help you make your own
better.
arguments and reasoning more convincing. And sometimes, you may even end up being the one changing your mind.
Oh, okay. I used to have a bed like that, but the reason I
Wanna
had a bed
polish
like
up your
is because
communication skills?
I
Check-
broke the feet of it. We're not gonna go into details about that one. Okay, so feminism in gaming. This one looks good. It's a TED Talk too. Let's look at it. Let's look at it.
Don't get me wrong, I do love video games. I just have some problems. Video games are super fun. You get to do amazing things, things you can't do in real life. You get to play out, be the hero
Yeah,
of the
Sigrid.
story.
Sigrid, do you have any videos? I haven't
didn't
seen
play
this one.
games when I was a child. I read books. And at least 30 years ago, reading books while female meant that you become really good at identifying with a male perspective. Playing, seeing yourself through a male character, because that's what was available. Later on in
Excuse you. How old is she? That was the weirdest sentence ever.
life, when I came to video gaming and
That was a
also
weird sentence.
incidentally feminism at the same time,
That's what
I
was
faced with a
available?
really interesting
30 years
and
ago,
kind
there
of
was video
troubling for
available.
me
What are you talking about?
which was I didn't want to play female characters. Now, video gaming opened up a whole world of roles.
Days Gone, Spider-Man, Red Dead, God of War. Only Way Out? I don't know what this is. No idea what this is. This looks like Detroit. Monster Hunter? Shadow of the Colossus? I don't know. Far Cry? Also Far Cry? Kingdom Hearts? No idea. Star Wars. That's Samando, yes. All right. Thank you, Panda. I got to talk to you about Thursday, by the way. But otherwise, we're set.
Playing games where you actually get to play out the narrative and see yourself in the storyline. And true, most of the options were still male characters, but there were some female characters. I just found myself really uncomfortable with trying to play them, wanting to be them.
I love TED Talks,
And I
yeah.
know what
That
you're thinking.
and usually I
There's been
fucking
a lot
love
of
science.
conversation about
The website,
the
even though I
representation of
fucking love
women in
science,
video
have
games. They look awful.
gone off
They're
the
very
fucking deep end now,
sexualized
and
and all
oh my
that.
god.
But that's not what I'm here to talk about today. I want
Okay.
to talk about how women sound in video games.
Person, no one told me today, or you're loved, appreciate, you're amazing. You make today. Well, thank you, Beasts. I don't think I know you, but we'll come in. Happy Monday, and thank you so much for the warm words.
Please stop! Please don't! What? No!
Oh.
No! This is wrong!
Yeah. These are actual sounds from actual video games from actual female characters. Now, I'm wondering how many of you would like to sound like this when you're performing sweet combat moves and wearing bikini armor? It's not.
Oh, wait, guys, I have to show you. When she says bikini armor, what was it called? Uterus power, I think. Womb power. Oh, this one. Okay, so I'm going to read it out to you guys. I'm also going to read it out to you guys. Yes, I always use incognito mode. I don't want to save the links. Other my history gets fucked up. Also, G-Man, you're very welcome to join the discussion. Today, we're talking about the topics of 8th of March, if you're still here, and that means International Women's Day. So we're looking at educational videos and other stuff like that. All right. So this is the. Can you guys read this? Can you guys read this? All right. I don't know how it shows on stream. You see, not on my phone. See, Charlie, not on his phone. So basically, the archer says like, aim for her abdomen. It is nude and insufficiently protected against the elements of and injury, right? And this woman amazingly like, you ignorant fools. You know nothing of secret and womanly powers of the uterus. Its effects are greatest when exposed. Chainmail bikinis and stuff like that, which, oh my God, I hate that so much. I didn't know I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Leave me alone. And then, the guy looks desperate like, alas, ye gods, we were woefully misinformed of true power of a woman's exposed belly. Surely a powerful force resides in their cleavage. Wow. So anyway, the artist, which is the artist I follow, I love this artist, like, whoa, those are some damn eloquent barbarians. And he asks his partner, like, hey, honey, this uterus thing, does this sound right to you? Let me see. And she pulls up her shirt and is like, yeah, totally true. And the sound is boom. And then he does like, it's just science. And disclaimer, this is in no way, shape, or form science. Stepan Šečić, am I pronouncing that wrong? I am. Is merely an easily amused dumbass and should not be taken seriously. In fact, avoid spending time in his vicinity, as a dumbassery may in fact be contagious. So then they post like this picture, and this is like, I think this is DC, this is Vampirella. I don't know who this is, but this is what's her name? Star something. And it's like there's a power that unites us, an ancient secret force known only to those women who cast away their fears. And okay, some dignity and some clothes. Fine, the power requires some sacrifice. Starfire, thank you, Sadie's. Mostly the abdominal coverage. The calamity upon us, not for long. Very well, ladies, synchronize. Uterus force, it's awesome. And womb. So wait, is that what? That's why women think they're, oh yeah, totally, fate in the world, all that. Comics, Starfire, yes, she is, dude. I think she has a better look now. But it's even worse when she does. I love, like, the DC animated movies are amazing. But she has a fucking Sailor Moon-esque transformation in one of the Teen Titans movies. And it's so dumb. It's so dumb. We should actually, I should try to make that sound. Womb. Womb.
Not really inspiring.
I would have liked the
right?
design if they
It's not really
incorporated
inspiring.
like if
And
it
it's
was
actually
spandex,
put off a
dude. Why
lot
does she
of
have to be
girls from
nude?
gaming, and it's put
If
off a
you need
lot
us.
of boys.
If you need me. I'll be there.
Mav,
Alva
you're wrong. You're not wrong.
Stream.
You're not wrong. Welcome in. Happy Monday. We're doing the 8th of March, International Women's Day, trying to be better for the rest of the 364 days a year. And, just as it did with the Black Lives Matter thing, we're trying to, educate ourselves, watch some videos. If you have some suggestions, just drop it. We might play some games later. If we can't find any more videos after this one, I'll probably start playing a game. We've been live for like 3 hours now, I
From
think.
being able to identify with a female perspective in a really meaningful way, and from considering girls to be part of gaming culture. Now, why that's important? Say you're not a gamer and you're thinking, why should I care about gaming? Well, turns out gaming is a gateway to the tech industry. Turns out that complex games actually allow kids to learn how to build competence.
Hey, Horza, how are you, dude? Welcome in. Happy Friday. Monday.
Learn to fail in a safe environment.
And if you didn't hear it,
these
we're
are
doing
all
8th of March,
requisite
and
skills
we're doing
for
like
learning
educational
for
videos
working
on
in the
International Women's
innovation
Day and how to be
sector,
better
for
the rest of
working
the
in the tech
364 days a year.
And that
Shut
may
up,
explain
Charlie.
now
I corrected myself.
The abysmal less than 10% of women who work in the tech sector as software engineers, as developers, as technologists. As a society, we have
I would
trouble
actually like
imagining female
intersectional
we have
videos,
trouble
if
imagining
possible.
female heroes that are relatable
Is
to
it? Do
everyone,
you guys know,
not
like,
just women and girls?
because there's one video I want to check out if I can find about the NASA computers,
does sound have
the ones who actually
Well, turns out
not invited,
sound has a very extensive
invented
history.
the modern computing.
In the history of early radio, for example, Bell AT&T actually sponsored a study that concluded that women's voices were unintelligible for the airwaves,
drinking
and the
wine?
study
Nice,
was
dude.
used as a way to actually not allow women to be on the radio at first. And that really set the tone for women's participation in radio for a long time. We're still experiencing that today. Women have often worked in the backstages and behind the scenes of audio technology. When we think of the telephone, these are female telephone operators. This is one of the most important telecommunications breakthroughs of the last century.
We're doing fine. You're taking coffee breaks now? Damn,
Now,
your
what
work
women
must be
had to
hard
do
if you only
there
can take
was
coffee
take
breaks.
lessons in
I'm
how
pretty
to
fine.
sound
I'm pretty
polite
fine.
and serviceable on the
I
phone
should
as
not
they
complain.
worked as switchboard operators. And this takes us to another really interesting technology, the voder, the first synthesized human voice. The voice was male, the operator was female. She had to take 4 years of training to learn how to operate the machine in such a way so as to infuse it with human personality. What's interesting about the voder is that it
I've not been
became
here
the
the entire
blueprint
maybe
for
working.
two
Found one
really
TED Talk,
important
haven't seen
technologies of
Talk
our
Curiosity.
times,
Roxanne Gray,
the
Confession of a Bad
voice
Feminist.
synthesis and voice
Okay.
recognition.
Yes. We'll look at that one too.
And the first voice synthesis technology, the vocoder,
I
was
don't know,
actually
Mav.
designed to
Actually,
only
I found
register
another
and
job that
encode
I'm thinking of
the
applying
male
as too as
pitch
well.
spectrum and not the female pitch spectrum.
That is
Think about that in your
as
it's as if women were never expected to be
QA.
heard, to be intelligible, to be understood by robots.
not same company.
And yet today, most
No,
of
I don't
robots
have
are
a new
women.
job. My boss told me to come with him.
And they're there to be serviceable and polite.
This is one of the things that Sharp Harpy actually
media
brought
is
up to
another
me. Sharp Harpy brought this to my attention. Have you ever noticed like how most of the voices in appliances are female because they're calming, soothing, and they're doing what they're told? Have you thought about that? Give that a second. It's very interesting. Sharp Harpy brought that to my attention, and my mind was fucking blown when she did. I never thought of that before. I never Yeah, Alexa and stuff like that. I never thought of that before. I mean, it's a thing. If you prefer it, Sadie's and Mav, that's something. Exactly. They should give the option. Google has that option with their GPS. However, another side note of Google, when we're talking about that, we're also joking about the robot uprising. And then I was driving my car with my GPS, and Google switched from the female voice to the male voice, and front and back, and it did like this warping sound as well as it spoke. And I've never been more afraid in my life. Yeah, yeah, exactly. But like, you could care less, but that is also something that we need to address.
In this.
My map app voice in Australian, man.
Silverman and Marianne Duane have long talked
that is
about
nice indeed.
Some really persistent and sexist stereotypes that the female voice takes on in popular media, especially in cinema, where the female voice is often staged in one of three characters: as weakness, as horror, or as sexuality. What I mean by this is, on the one hand, we have Scream Queen, the fact that in every horror movie, in every dramatic tension moment in cinema, there has to be a girl in the background going, "Ah!" And on the other hand, we have Happy Birthday, Mr. President.
Hear that? Someone actually goes, ooh, instantly.
We have the really over-sexualized, breathy, close-mic'd sound of overflowing female sexuality. In a way, for cinema, this has always been a really cheap and easy way of infusing a little bit of softcore pornography into otherwise PG-13 productions.
There are men reacting in the audience, and I just saw her face when they did. I don't like that.
What happens in games? How do these stereotypes work out in games? Is this really true?
Sigrun, can you type that again?
I've actually been studying this at Simon Fraser University for about 3 years with a small team of researchers.
Exactly. Way to prove a point.
What we did is we decided to look historically.
Oh, Reaper, can you find it and link it? I want to see it. I want to see it. I really want to see it. There it is. I found it. Roxane Gray's Confessions of Being a Bad Feminist.
Soul Calibur. And what we did is we
I hope I don't get DMCA strike for this.
The iconic female characters for each of these franchises, and we looked at about 166 clips, 57 fights, a female against male opponent, and we counted how many times the female character
I want to see that one. I don't think I've seen it.
Vocalizations or battle cries, and how many times the male character did it. Now, what I mean by battle cries is a little bit of those sounds we heard before, iconic things like Hadouken or the famous knockout KO.
Jean, there was a. Did you correct me on how I pronounced the other thing?
Female sound. In all matter of grunts and huffs and
yeah, I'm gonna check that one.
Exertion.
Yeah, I read a comic. Look. Okay. This name. Stepan Sečić. No, this now. Is that correct? Stepan Sečić. Same video? Good, thank you.
Cries of pain and so on.
Dude,
so what do we find
one of my mod, Hursk, did his radio voice today, and holy shit, it was amazing.
From 1993 to 2015, the character of Chun-Li, who is portrayed up there, her vocalizations have increased by 43%.
Is it pronounced
that means she's making 43% more sounds But what kind of sounds is more interesting? While her male opponent usually emits grunts, attack
Oh, it's
sounds,
actually just
and
an S?
very few
Sta?
defensive cries. So more like
Stepan? It's not a sh. Oh,
we
that's
have
what you
the
wrote.
female characters going, sorry, and such.
Stepan. Okay.
Now, we decided to look a little bit more qualitatively, expand our search to other role-playing games, popular role-playing game franchises. And by doing that, we were able to articulate 3 extremely persistent vocal stereotypes.
This is so interesting, dude. I never
video
thought
game
about.
voice.
I have thought about this, but like never thought about how
first one
widespread
we
this
called
is.
Hearing her limits. And that refers to the fact that even when we have a strong female lead, we are consistently treated to the sounds of her struggles.
Like,
Let's have a listen.
I hate that scene. I hate that scene. I hate that scene. Yeah, anime, but anime is a different breed of things.
No. So very, very close.
I don't agree with this one. I don't agree with this one.
Not the case for comparable male
I don't
characters
agree
in
with
other
this one.
role-playing games.
I really don't agree with this one.
Now the next trope.
Why
called
is she calling
50
this a
Shades of
role-playing game, by the way? I don't understand.
Let's have a listen.
Your punishment will be quite severe.
The failed actor.
I'm gonna play Mortal Kombat on stream, the story mode. That, however, is not realistic.
I will finish with a Lin Kuei or not.
So a woman can be strong, she can be confident, as long as she's a sexy dominatrix. Basically.
Yes, I will play Mortal Kombat, the
I'm
story,
not
the
even gonna address
9,
the
10, and 11 on stream.
bikini The final and also quite persistent
I
stereotype
decided on that a couple
we
of days
called
ago.
hentai ninjas.
Hentai ninjas. Huh?
And that stereotype
Yeah, I
refers
have Mortal
to
Kombat 11.
those really innocent
Hi, Mo.
girly
How are
girls
you, dude? Happy
that
Monday.
are just so sorry that they have to kick your butt.
Want to see my kung fu? I'll show you. Pleased to meet you. I have to fight.
Soul Calibur is such a perfect example. Today's topic is the 8th of March. And 8th of March is International Women's Day, so we're watching
Yeah,
videos
that
and
one is quite
educating
problematic.
ourselves.
They don't
As
even
long as we
know
have
how
cool
good they
videos to
are.
watch and topics
They're
to have,
very, very
we will do that.
innocent,
And
but they're also
otherwise, we
extremely
will
sexualized.
go off to play Into the Breach.
So the problem with
and
this-
play a one session of Into the Breach and continue
Well,
on with
some
Chrono
exceptions,
Trigger.
these are the main options. And they're once again
The point being made, Sadie's, is basically like how they sound. Like men do this manly grunts, they not a show of pain, and the females do like they can even be even if they're strong, have this deep voice that show like and this dominant voice. When they get hit or hurt, it's still like the moaning, and that is the point she's making. And some of these things are like if as we show like we saw. The hentai ninjas, as she called them eloquently, makes super sense. Which is interesting since we mentioned Mortal Kombat. I showed Boz this the other day. Mortal Kombat 9 has really cool, strong female characters, but oh my god, I forgot about their outfits, dude. No, when the men do that, I call them the manly grunts, yes. Please do the moaning again. No, I'm not going to do the moaning again. So, yeah. No, I'm not going to do the moaning. So, that's the thing, right? But yeah, but Mortal Kombat, holy shit, the clothing was bad. Yamate kudasai. Wait, can you actually do that with Redeem the Soul? Oh, fine. Okay, yeah, you can. So what do I do? What kind type of moaning are we talking about here? No. Mav gets to decide. Let Reaper pick. All right. Give us a variety. No, Reaper is apparently picking. Fuck. When they get hit or hurt, it's still like the moaning, and that is the topic of today. The topic of the day, and this is what you guys do. Do they do a Genshin noise? I don't play Genshin. I don't know how to make a Genshin. Shut up, Fred. I don't know how to make a Genshin noise. How do I make a Genshin noise? Guess? Wait. Do I have to guess or can I watch a video? God damn it, you guys are fucking my day up. I'm trying to have a serious talk here. No, I guess. Yamete. No, wait. That sounded like weird. Yamete. Ah. How about that? I don't know. I don't know how to do this, dude. I'm terrified. I'm sorry, Fred. I'm sorry you have to watch this. I am so sorry. Avert your virgin eyes, Fred. Avert your virgin eyes. Wait, that's Zanny's emotes? Those convos start turn. We're done now, though. What are you doing, step chat? Yes, exactly, Mo. All right, we're continuing now. Also, Mo, that emote is fucking scary. Is that Natasha's emote? Holy shit, fuck. What is that abomination? What has she done? What is that abomination? Ask her. Ask her. I'm streaming. What is that abomination of an emote? What? No. I have to scrub my eyes with fucking bleach after this. Natasha, why? Why would you do this to the world? Yes, Case, exactly. She has great emotes. I've seen them, but that emote makes me want to like drill my face out. That one's cute. That one's just a laugh. I'm talking about the gasm one. I mean, I totally love the fact that she made that into a gasm emote, by the way. That is fucking amazing. That is so fucking cool. Like, I really love that's the gasm emote instead of like going like everyone else does. But it still wants to make me want to take a drill to my temple. Like, I want to let the demons out. That's the reason. All right.
Not very inspiring. We have weakness, we have horror, we have sexuality. And that's it. Those are the options for being a female character. Representation matters.
Okay, guys, seriously, I need to ask you, chat. Did you think that the Tomb Raider one was so bad? I'm asking the women chat first and foremost. Let's go back and look at it. Where are we now? 12:57. Okay, let's go back and look at it. Okay.
Let's have a listen.
Did she ever... I don't think this is bad considering what's happening. She's breathing hard and she has a lighter voice because of being a woman.
Oh God. No.
I don't understand this point. Shut up, man. Like, Lexi, are you still here? I don't know if you listened. Boz, what is your opinion on it? Like, Sigrid, are you still here? What's your opinion on it? Like, I really want to know. Like, did you guys think that was bad? Like, for me, that sounded pretty realistic. I don't know if I'm biased because I love those games, but is it not that bad or is it not that at all? Because there's a difference. You wouldn't have to put the same sort of sounds in a scene like that if it was a man, because then think is a wimp. I mean, depending on though, like for me playing Uncharted, like he does that in Uncharted. He does that though. Like if it's a manly man game, no, I agree. If it's a fighting man, like that's what we're talking about here anyway. Like I agree, everything she showed me except the Tomb Raider part is the thing I don't agree with, because I couldn't just let it go. So I wanted to know like what you guys think. That is a valid point, but I also think that depends on which game you're playing. If you're playing games like Mortal Kombat, hell fucking yeah, that's true. It's 100% true. Duke Nukem, as Case pointed out, 100% true. That will happen. I don't remember Last of Us 1, and I don't, but I'm pretty sure in Uncharted it doesn't do that. There's exemptions to that. Yeah. No. It is definitely, and I agree with it. It is stereotypes, and it's common even in 2021. I totally agree with it. I agree with everything she's saying. I just got hooked up on that specific part, and I don't know if I'm biased or if I'm how to say this. I'm biased or that I'm like locked in my mind that this is how it sounds usually. I'm just talking about like when I get hurt, that's how I usually react. Like I heavy breathing, not the way you think, you fucks. And like whimpering sound and so on. In a fighting action game, no, they wouldn't make a man sound like that. But in an adventure game, not a chance a dude would groan his ass off. Yeah. I agree with you said read Tomb Raider, but there's something. You know what? Let's actually check it out.
We've heard this.
Let's check it out. Uncharted. What is his name? Payne. No, that doesn't work. What is his name? Nathan Drake. Payne. Here. Okay, let's...
What's going on?
Yeah, I know.
That's my blood. That's my blood. It's a lot of my blood.
He's actually doing the same part, I think.
Oh, God.
Do you hear that? Yeah, but you have to be like the male version. He's doing the light sounds, but I don't know if it's a societal thing, but hear that? That's not a groan. Look at that.
It's okay. Come on.
I think the point is there not the average man noises? But how? See, this is why I want to stream. This is very good. I'm learning stuff. How would it be non-classical? Would it be if she had the deep grunt? Would that be? Depends, Case. Depends. I've done some shit that sometimes I should be screaming, but I'm not. No, see, that's the argument that doesn't hold up, Case, because these are games and these are fantasy, yes, but these are also what you would call these media effects things. Thank you guys, by the way, for entertaining my... No, I didn't. It's spent Lara, not Laura. Okay, fuck this. That's a grunt. That dagger can go fuck itself, by the way. I don't know if you guys played it, but... Okay, enough. That was my point. Let's continue.
A lot, but I'm going to repeat it
again.
Thank
you,
Representation
Charlie,
matters.
Buzz, and Sigrun.
And to hear ourselves on screen humanizes us to ourselves, and it humanizes us to others.
That's my point,
Voice is an
Case.
extremely important part of that. Voice makes us human. Voice is a unique externalization of everything that our body is, our biology, our sociology.
The question wasn't asked to men.
Upbringing, our culture is expressed through our voice, and our gender, of course. So it's very important to have voices that sound fully human. Now, I'd like to live in a world where boys and men, as well as women and girls, and everyone in between will actually want to play a female character, where that female character would be so complex and so interesting and so compelling that everyone would want to be her, where that would become second nature, the way it was second nature for me to read male-oriented stories as a child and to see myself through them. If we can't represent women as fully human, how can we think of women?
No, that's not what she's saying, Mav. That's not what she's saying. You're misinterpreting the situation. Yeah, but that's the point, Case. Like, it's not about only bad acting. It's also about representation and how it is represented. I don't agree that that's what she's saying, though.
It's fully human.
She's saying that there should be, like, she literally said that there should be complexities. There should be more diversity in this. No, she found one game that didn't have it. I think there is, there are millions of games, but in most of them are like the ways she pointed out. The games that have complex, let's say complex characters for once, and the voice acting for the second part are rare. They are rare. Yes, but it's two different things, Case. It's two different things. Representation matters.
We have some notable exceptions, and I would be remiss not to mention that. We have two women fighting alongside in the latest Uncharted series. We have Lightning from Final Fantasy XIII. We have Femshep that everybody loves. We have Zarya from Overwatch. These are great examples of both visual and sonic representation, and we want more of that. women.
Yeah, but their
need to be
expressions are
fully
complex,
human
Mav. How they
and
how
not
they
just
think.
soundbites.
Like they sure embody the other part of the spectrum where they grunt and do that blah blah blah. But they are always made to sound strong. While the women, as she pointed out earlier, I don't know if you were here, are always pointed out as being weaker, and that's the point. It's nothing there's no problem of being a weaker, but the problem is when it's always portrayed like that. And that's what she said, like when there is this dominant or strong female characters, and then when they get hit, it's like, ee, ah, ooh, you know, stuff like that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's look at the Alexa one as well. No, like it's not within one game. It's within the majority of games. That is an issue. It's been an issue for what, 40 years? 30 years?
It's just flawless, isn't it?
We think so. Yeah.
I mean, I literally couldn't imagine a more beautiful vessel for Alexa to be inside. Alexa, how many tablespoons are in a cup?
There are 16 tablespoons in a cup.
Oh,
Babe,
yeah, baby.
food just got here. Why are you cooking? Who's that?
Alexa, turn on the sprinklers.
Honey, I already ran the sprinklers. Things are getting way too wet around here.
Alexa, dim the lights.
Alexa, lights up! Alexa, lights up!
Add bath oils to my shopping list.
Alexa, no, don't do that.
Read my audiobook.
I was in his hands. I was being changed. Realized that I was also kissing him. Honey, other people have to use the bathroom around here too.
I love this. Yes, this was fucking top tier, dude. This was top tier. I loved it. All right, let's look at what were we talking about? Yes. NASA. This one, I think.
Here's a view.
Will CBS strike me if I pay this? No, listen. Everyone is fucking mesmerized by Michael B. Jordan. Dude, don't come for me. Don't come for me, dude.
The new National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C., and we're counting
Let's
down
also
to
have some
Monday's special broadcast
celebratory.
from that museum.
How do you
We'll
pronounce
be bringing
that?
you the stories of
Celebratory.
African American pioneers and their
Thanks.
contributions to politics, art, pop culture, and science. One story that had been lost to history is about the so-called human computers. They are a group of women, many of them black, who helped put a man on the moon. Their intellect was
Hiski, I'm sorry,
was
but there's
essential
no
part of America's
subtitles.
ability to launch rockets into space. But Jan Crawford shows us how they were relegated to just a footnote in history until now.
5, 4, 3, 2.
It was a race to secure America's future
Recently,
at
it
the
was a movie
forefront of
series. I have
space.
not seen that one. It's on my list.
Fueled by men brave enough to travel where no one had gone before.
One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
But I think it's pretty recently.
The astronauts were superstars, the engineers the stuff of movie legend. But America's triumph in the space race was made possible by another group the country didn't see. They were called human computers, and they were women, many of them African American, hired by NASA to hand calculate propulsion, lift, thrust, and trajectory.
They had to make sure that the planes were safe, that the planes were fast, that they were efficient, that the astronaut not only went out into space,
Thank you, Charlie.
but that he came back safely.
I mean, this was life or death.
This is life or death. You know, this is the importance. You do the work right, you do it right the first time.
The daughter of a NASA scientist, Margot Lee Shetterly, was raised in
Wait,
Hampton,
I forgot
Virginia,
Sigrun's
the same
fucking
town where these
YouTube
women
video.
once worked.
God damn it.
A hidden
Sigrun, can you post it
history that
again?
had been
Because I can't
staring
scroll
her in the
that far
face.
up.
It's
Oh, no,
not
wait,
a
you don't have to
first
scroll.
or
You
an
don't have to scroll.
only
I just
story.
remembered. I'm in mod
It's the
view.
story of a group of women who were given a chance and who performed and who opened doors for the women who came behind them.
Shetterly's new book,
Looks
Hidden
like great.
Figures,
Yeah, I found
is
it.
upcoming
What do
movie,
you
ladies do for NASA?
Calculate your launch and landing, sir. Is the story of how a small band of black women joined the space program in the 50s and the 60s, defying female stereotypes and challenging a segregated system.
I had no idea they hired.
There are quite a few women working in the space program.
One of those women was Katherine Johnson. On her 98th birthday, she still
Look at her,
lives
dude.
by the
She's a
same
fucking rock
motto
star.
her
She's a
father
baller,
told her
dude.
when she was young.
Fred, you still here? That was a fucking baller right
You
there.
took that to heart. Yeah, and you know worse. You know better.
At NASA, she calculated the trajectory of Alan Shepard's 1961 spaceflight, verified the numbers guiding John Glenn's orbit, and in 1969, her numbers helped the Apollo mission land on the moon.
There is no question that every single day, every number, every research report, everything that they did was also directed
I haven't seen
at
the movie, so don't spoil it.
expanding the concept of what was possible for people who looked like them.
Working in the Jim Crow South, these women were relegated to the back of the bus to get to work. They
Oh,
couldn't
this
use
makes
the
me so
same
mad.
bathrooms or sit at the same lunch tables. Langley's newly diverse workforce made it not just a flight laboratory, but a social experiment.
Do you think that there's something about math that it doesn't matter? It's the equalizer.
In math, when you're working with it, what you're doing is either right or it's wrong.
That's actually very interesting,
Leland
Reaper.
Melvin
Have you
started
seen
at NASA just a few years after Johnson retired.
Have you
Her
seen
name was
Black Mirror?
actually spoken kind of like in
They have an
reverence,
episode like that.
It's Katherine Johnson.
Melvin was an engineer and astronaut who flew on 2 space missions.
They were the barrier breakers that helped other people see that there were other opportunities at NASA. It takes a few people to establish a foothold.
If you ever,
no matter
Black
what that
Mirror
foothold
is amazing
really
and
is a
fucked up
story
at the same
about the
time.
American
Some episodes
dream.
are bad, but
And I think
mostly it's very
struggle
good.
for the American dream, as you put
struggle
But it's
for the
anthologies
American
though, so
dream.
it's not.
What I
There's
really
no.
hope this story
Some of the
does is
episodes are
fuse
connected,
these
but it's
different
mostly
histories
anthologies.
to the American dream. Just because the protagonists of this book are black women does not mean that
I
this
don't
is
think he
in
has
any
that
way
amazing of a
less
voice,
an
though.
American story.
For CBS this
Yeah,
morning,
the
Jan Crawford,
social episode
Hampton,
is gives
Virginia.
me fucking literal anxiety.
I'm glad that story's
makes
coming.
it more of an American story.
Yes.
doesn't
I
it?
know.
This doesn't show what I wanted them to show though. Was it this one?
When we think of the women of NASA, we often think of the legends, like those who became the first American women to launch into space. But the list doesn't stop there.
But it's
Thousands
bald,
of
though?
us have been bold in our
I'd
pursuit
rather
of
take Chris
knowledge,
Evans then.
exploration, and discovery, both in the spotlight and behind the scenes.
I'm not
And
gonna
every day,
I'm not gonna
we're pushing
deviate from the
envelope
subject.
further. In the past year alone, we conducted the first all-women
Or
spacewalk,
David Attenborough.
broke
That would work
records
too.
for the longest single spaceflight by a woman, and added 6 women to our astronaut corps.
Dude,
behind the scenes, we made
Before this, like when I grew up, I only thought that astronauts had to be like, you know, ace pilots and be fucking amazing. Then I grew up and learning that these motherfuckers, they also have to like they're engineers. They're goddamn engineers, dude. It's insane. Like the shit they have to calculate and do and God knows what. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. It is insane. In order to qualify,
other accomplishments, like piloting observatories,
Michael
leading
Bolton,
missions to
Chris
places
Tucker.
we've only
Chris
dreamed of,
Tucker?
and so much more. But this is just the
Stephen
beginning.
Fry, that's a good one.
Soon, we'll go even farther, directing launches,
Yeah,
taking our
it's
first steps on the moon with the Artemis program, and making groundbreaking discoveries. inspiring the future explorers, scientists, and the first
of female scientists, explorers, engineers, and astronauts. We have followed in their footsteps to get us where we are today.
This March, we celebrate our past and look to our future. Because at NASA, women are making history every day.
That's a commercial, dude. That's not anything. All right, let's look at the other one. This is from TED though. I don't want it. There we go.
Clear Blue sätter över 99% tillförlitliga resultat direkt.
Did you guys notice what just happened? Did you guys notice what just happened? No. Fuck that block. This is super interesting. What is this commercial? What did Google just do to me? Yeah. Because obviously men can't Google about feminine or feminist stuff. Yeah. Only women can watch 8th of March videos and videos about women. Of course. Holy shit, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking actually kidding me? What the hell, dude? What? This is beyond fucked up. But this is beyond fucked up, dude. I get it. Like you wanna have directed advertisements, but this shit, dude. This shit. Oh. This is what we're talking about. What the fuck? Why would they do this? Like what? In what instance? This pisses me right off. This pisses me right off.
I dina händer.
This was so dumb.
I am failing as a woman. I am failing as a feminist. I have passionate opinions about gender equality, but I worry that to freely accept the label of feminist would not be fair to good feminists. I'm a feminist, but I'm a rather bad one. Oh, so I call myself a bad feminist. Or at least I wrote an essay, and then I wrote a book called Bad Feminist, and then in interviews, people started calling me the bad feminist. So, what started as a bit of an inside joke with myself and a willful provocation has become a thing. Let me take a step back. When I was younger, mostly in my teens and 20s, I had strange ideas about feminists as hairy, angry, man-hating, sex-hating women, as if those are bad things. These days, I look at how women are treated the world over, and anger in particular seems like a perfectly reasonable response. But back then, I worried about the tone people used when suggesting I might be a feminist.
Grab your phone,
feminist
Charlie.
label was an accusation. It was an F word and not a nice one. I was labeled a woman who doesn't play by the rules, who expects too much, who thinks far too highly of myself by daring to believe I am equal, superior to a man. You don't want to be that rebel woman until you realize that you very much are that woman
wait,
and
this
cannot
fucking this is not in English, dude. Why don't you guys tell me this shit?
imagine being anyone else. As I got older, I began to accept that I am indeed a feminist and a proud one. I hold certain truths to be self-evident. Women are equal to men. We deserve equal pay for equal work. We have the right to move through the world as we choose, free from harassment or violence. We have the right to easy, affordable access to birth control and reproductive services. We have the right to make choices about our bodies free from legislative oversight or evangelical doctrine. We have the right to respect.
One thing I also think that women should have is free. I'm talking about free because I think that it should be included in the medical things. I don't think it should be monetized. I don't think there should be companies getting money from it. But basically, like things for how do you say, like menstrual products, like tampons and stuff like that, and pads. I think that should be free. And yeah, that's my personal opinion, because they don't have a choice. Feminine hygiene products, yeah, thank you. Because it's not a choice. It's not a choice. It's the same thing like here in Sweden. Usually, like with you, if you have bad cramps, you can get like prescribed hormone pills at an early age and so on. Because they're dumb. Like when we were in the army, women actually got paid extra to be able to buy those things. That's one of the greatest things about the army. They got paid extra so they can buy those hygiene products. Hygiene product sounds wrong though. Shouldn't it be like a medical product? Hygiene product sounds like it's unclean. I don't agree. I know I don't like that term. I think the term is correct, Hiski, but I don't like the term. It's not. Medical also sounds wrong because it's not a condition.
There's more. When we talk about the needs of women, we have to consider the other identities we inhabit. We are not just women. We are people with different bodies, gender expressions, faiths, sexualities, class backgrounds, abilities, and so much more. We need to take into account these differences and how they affect us as much as we account for what we have in common. Without this kind of inclusion, our feminism is nothing. I hold these truths to be self-evident, but let me be clear.
Danish guy
I'm a mess.
who argued that
I am
it
full of
didn't exist.
contradictions. There are many ways in which I'm doing feminism wrong. I have another confession. When I drive to work, I listen to thuggish rap at a very loud volume.
And the best part was
even though the lyrics are degrading to women, these lyrics offend me to my core. The classic Yin Yang Twins song Salt Shaker, it is amazing.
But the community that it came
Make
from.
it work with your wet t-shirt. Bitch, you gotta shake it till your camel starts to hurt. Think about it.
You mean trans women, though, right?
Poetry, right? I am utterly mortified by my music choices. I firmly believe in man work, which is anything I don't want to do, including all domestic tasks, but also bug killing, trash removal, lawn care, and vehicle maintenance. I want no part of any of that. Pink is my favorite color. I enjoy fashion magazines and pretty things. I watch The Bachelor and romantic comedies, and I have absurd fantasies about fairy tales coming true. Some of my transgressions are more flagrant.
Oh, yes. I did not think of that. Because I always think when trans men, they always go full surgery in my head. That is on me. This is true. Thank you for correcting me. I always, for some reason, forget that. It happens all the time for me. I don't know why. But it fucking does. I have to get better with that. It's like the Elliot Page thing took me a while as well. Menstrual products. Yeah, I think that's a better term. But like this was with Elliot Page, it took me a while I had to think of myself, like think of it as Elliot Page. And had to like force my head into thinking of him that way, but it did take a while though.
If a woman wants to take her husband's name, that is her choice, and it is not my place to judge. If a woman chooses to stay home to raise her children, I embrace that choice too. The problem is not that she makes herself economically vulnerable in that choice. The problem is that our society is set up to make women economically vulnerable when they choose. Let's deal with that.
This is what we talked about earlier.
I reject the mainstream feminism that has historically ignored or deflected the needs of women of color, working class
you're not.
women,
You're
queer
not.
women, and
None of
transgender
you.
women.
I took none of that as patronizing. None of you, but rather like reminding me, because as I said, like, and this is on me. Like I don't think it as how I'm conditioned is like when someone says man, I think of penis bearer, and I don't think about the gender identity. That is on me. So reminders like this is actually very good for me, because that makes me, react and snap, like, oh shit. But that's one of the things, Hiski. I pride myself of that. And oh yes, I forgot. Holy shit. Yes. There's 2 TED Talks that I just remembered we have to watch after this. It's super important. We gotta watch them as well. But as I was saying, it's super important to me I'm trying to be the best that I can be every day. So it's super important. Like, I always want change. So people recommending change stuff that makes sense is always good. Especially because I am a why person, like not why as in the letter, but why as in the word. Like some people think that, oh, you're asking a bunch of questions or you're doing this, but I think it's very important, especially for me. I ask why because I want to understand things. And unless your opinion is straight up dumbass phobic, like I don't like the word phobia either, intolerant, I usually welcome most things. How to be receptive to other people's opinions, oppose your own. I tend to get very flustered. Did you catch the videos I showed you, Hiski? Yes, exactly, Reaper. We're culture degenerates. Actually, I think a lot of that I also owe to Blessy from her streams. Because that culture degenerates reminded me that that's something that she could say. Exactly, cultural circle video. We watched 2 of them, how to fix opinions and so on. But like, I want to be able to discuss, and I am of the opinion. I also read a lot of articles, scientific articles, and there's the scientific articles say this: if you want to change someone's mind, or if you want someone to become better, you need to be able to have a discussion. Otherwise, you're going to alienate them. If you alienate them, the pendulum is just going to swing. If you push, they're going to push back, or maybe not against you, but against another one. They're going to remember that shit. And that's always going to happen. If you're extreme, you will only meet extremes. It's like a law of nature. And I've early on said that, like, okay, let people talk. If people come in here and troll, I troll them back. I think Charlie and Reaper and Fred, Combat and Case can be a testament of that. Like, when people come in here to fuck with me, I fuck with them back, and usually they end up on the losing side. Like the guy who came in and tried to troll about The Last of Us. I never troll. So I think that's an important thing. An important thing that I always try to do. I try to be as good as possible and as open as possible to changes, not only to me, but in general. So, like, on the off note that I would be wrong, how would I know if I don't let the person speak? And I think that's super important.
In favor of supporting white, middle, and upper class straight women. Listen, if that's good feminism, I am a very bad feminist. There's also this. As a feminist, I feel a lot of pressure.
I mean,
We
that
have
also
this
happens with
tendency
everyone.
to put visible
I can get
feminist-
flustered too. So I think this is also on the topic. There's a Facebook group called Twitch Streamers. Combat Glue is the moderator in that one, and he invited me. So someone posted posted something there, which inherently pissed me off, because what happened was they posted a comment like, a good streamer that can make money off of it is just like a prostitute. And I was like, excuse you, what? You know, I kind of made me mad. Paying hostile, they express their opinion and guess how close personally is to you. Journalists try to understand it, but it's close rather than ignore it, but ignoring might be wrong sometimes. Yeah, good point, Zan. Thank you. Una, hi. Honestly, sometimes not even about trying to discuss opinions with someone opposing thoughts. Sometimes you just have to manage to exist in each other's space. Hi, Una. Everybody say hi to Una. When are you going to change your name to Dosplix? That's your name now. Your name is not Una anymore. We've talked about this. You will be forever Dos. So anyway, as I was saying, when I got non-rudely, I will try. Also hello. That's how we talk to each other. So anyway, so this person says good Twitch streamers are like good prostitutes. I was like, no, that is quite offensive, you dumb fuck. Don't do that. So these guys, men, 3 men joined the discussion. All 3 vocalize how I am sexist because I'm talking about how the multitude of sex workers are in it because A, they're forced into it as children. B, they're doing it because they have low economic income or none, so they're kind of forced into it as well. And trafficking. Let's not forget trafficking. Your sex is what they meant. Thank you. Don't call them dumb fucks. I call them dumb fucks because this is why I call them dumb fucks. Then. So they argue for this. They're saying that I am being sexist toward those people, those sex workers who choose to go into that one because they also have a choice. That is however, almost like a 1%, if even that. So they're talking about from the United States point of view. And in the United States, they estimate that there is about, I can't remember, but it was less than 1% of the trafficking of the prostitutes or sex workers in the entire world. And every year, there is 1.5 million children being sold to trafficking, both boys and girls. We're talking underage people here, sold into sex trafficking. And that amount was larger than the sex workers in the entire United States. I gave them the numbers. They still kept at it though. They're like, oh, but you're sexist, or you're this, you're that. You're ignoring and belittling those who chose to go into the sex worker industry. And I was like, no, motherfucker, because the majority of those also in the US probably doesn't want to be there. They don't have a choice. Is a whole opinion. Try to understand. Actually stupid. They unleashed anger. Yes. So that's the thing, right? So we have a problem here. I'm showing these people numbers. I'm directing these people to websites. However, they choose to defend their friend for making this statement because I'm having a discussion with them. I'm not forcing them. I'm not being demeaning to them. And as I felt that I was getting flustered because, it went here and out there, I told Combat Glue, I was like, you better go in there and you better moderate that situation. Otherwise, things are going to happen. And why things are going to happen is that I'm going to call people dumb shit. So that's the thing. That's why I call them dumb fucks. Because it's not only about our arguing with facts. It's also about how do you understand, how do you talk about this and blah, blah, blah. And their points they never made points. Like we were like, there was no civil discussion to be had. Mm-hmm. And I realized that in the irony, we were talking about the other video. Like I try to say like, okay, you're trying to like lift up the women who do this, and this is good. Like the women who do that, there's nothing wrong with them. Just like in the porn industry or the stripper industry, the exotic dancer, that's exotic and naked dancing. I don't know. It's called something that they I wish that those who would do that, want to do that as a legitimate business, would get pensions and would get to pay taxes and would be able to do all the good things. Because if they choose to do it and if they have the ability to choose, I applaud them for doing it. Like, I don't care, right? Erotic dancing, yeah, something like that. I applaud them. Let them do it. I don't care. It's their lives, and if they don't get hurt, and if they can do it validly and in a good way, let them do it. That, however, was not the topic of the discussion. Like I thought, like in my mind, they're belittling. They're using this fraction, this fraction of a percentage of like men and women who go into that, majorly, mainly women, and they try to use that to justify what they've just said. And for me, especially since kids and animals, both of those things are a very sensitive topic for me. If you want to get me fired up, usually that you go on and talk about those things and you will get me fired up. So yeah, like that's why I call them stupid fucks. Like they it's not only that they ignored fact, they repeated the same shit as a parrot. They refused to admit or identify with other people. Anyone who cannot discuss a point with their words having lost the argument, and the ones who cannot listen to the other side have no place in discussion. Yeah, but these were also the same three persons, and of course, all of these three persons were friends. These three people were also same people in the same group discussing about how women who took off their clothes, as they put it, was stealing their viewers and the reason why they didn't grow on Twitch. Can you believe that? So these are people arguing that people are like people who have cleavage or whatever steals their viewers. Like, have you looked at the top 100 of Twitch streamers, dude? You're not only wrong, you're off the deep end.
It's on a pedestal. We expect them to pose
perfectly. I did not only leave the chat,
when they
but
disappoint
I
us,
think
we gleefully knock
well.
them from the very pedestal we put them on. Like I said, I am a mess. Consider me knocked off that pedestal before you ever try to put me up there. Too many women, particularly groundbreaking women and industry leaders, are afraid to be labeled as feminists. They're afraid to stand up and say, yes, I am a feminist, for fear of what that label means, for fear of being unable to live up to unrealistic expectations. Take, for example, Beyonce, or as I call her, the goddess. She has emerged in recent years as a visible feminist. At the 2014 MTV Video Music Awards, she performed in front of the word feminist 10 feet high. It was a glorious spectacle to see this pop star openly embracing feminism and letting young women and men know that being a feminist is something to celebrate. As the moment faded, cultural critics began endlessly debating whether or not Beyonce was indeed a feminist. They graded her feminism
this,
instead of simply taking a grown,
accomplished
woman at her word. We demand perfection from feminists because we are still fighting for so much. We want so much. We need so damn much. We go far beyond reasonable, constructive criticism to dissecting any given woman's feminism, tearing it apart until there's nothing left. We do not need to do that. Bad feminism, or really more inclusive feminism, is a starting point, but what happens next? We go from acknowledging our imperfections to accountability, or walking the walk and being a little bit brave.
I agree with everything she's saying.
If I listen to degrading music, I am creating a demand for which artists are more than happy to contribute a limitless supply. These artists are not going to change how they talk about women in their songs until we demand that change by affecting their bottom line. Certainly, it is difficult. Why must it be so catchy? It's hard to make the better choice, and it is so easy to
I really like
justify
this
a
talk as
lesser
well.
one. But when I justify bad choices, I make it harder for women to achieve equality, the equality that we all deserve, and I need to own that. I think of my nieces, ages 3 and 4. They are gorgeous and headstrong, brilliant girls who are a whole lot of brave. I want them to thrive in a world where they are valued for the powerful creatures they are. I think of them, and suddenly the better choice becomes far easier to make. We can all make better choices. We can change the channel when a television show treats sexual violence against women like sport, Game of Thrones. We can change the...
You know what's so interesting about the Game of Thrones things? I agree, by the way. So the thing with Game of Thrones is the TV series holds so much more sexual violence than the books. It is so dumb. That is the reason I stopped watching, I think, at season 3. So there is this scene where Littlefinger is holding a meeting with, I think, a couple of other dudes. And for some reason, this is nowhere in the books. For some reason, they thought that they had to include 2 women in the background having sex. I was like, but why? Like, what is the reason for this? Like, there was no reason for that at all. The show would still be captivating. They wanted, like, and they were like, oh, we try to show brutality. But, you know, it speaks how bad the showrunners and the writers are, because after they reached the point of the books, which they literally had like a manuscript to follow, and they just added shit here and there with sex, usually. After they stopped having a manuscript, the show just fucking tanked. The last 2 seasons are an example of that. The last 2 seasons fucking tanked because they had no manuscript to run off. And that is bad fucking writing. Yeah, like there was no reason. You know what bothered me? Sigrid, I don't know if you're talking about the same scene as me. When Daenerys weds Khal Drogo the first time, he's very gentle to her. He's asking her for permission for everything he does. After that, however, she talks to her handmaids and gets like, okay, he's being a bit rough, like he's only doing it this way. It still feels good, but it's not that. So there's this whole arc where he's very nice to her. He's not raping her like in any sense of the meaning. Of course, she's still exactly, and she still is like wed against her will or whatever because of power, and I think, if I'm not wrong, the main reason I can misremember, and you're very welcome to correct me. The main reason, season 1 spoiler, by the way, and the main reason she falls in love with him as well, and gets so mad when he dies, also spoiler at a 10-year-old show, but is when Khal Drogo kills her brother, what he does so because her brother is like calling Dany a whore and shit like that, and he's like, you know what, fuck you, dude, fuck you, and he just pours gold on him. But yeah, I agree, that is such a super important thing, and they forgot. Not only did they forget that, they changed that, and that pissed me off like royally.
The radio station, when we hear songs that treat women as nothing. We can spend our box office dollars elsewhere when movies don't treat women.
No, I think she's 15 or 16. Like, as I said, Case, that part is still wrong, but it becomes a compound wrong when there is the choice of treating her good versus essentially fucking raping her. Exactly. It becomes like a fucking Stockholm syndrome. Like, he doesn't care. He just takes it off, everything off. Because he's literally asking her permission for everything he does. Everything he does. So, yeah, that pissed me off.
Women as anything more than decorative objects. We can stop supporting professional sports where the athletes.
I'm glad we talked and
like
reacted about the same thing, by the way, Sigrun. It's because I talked to my then partner at the time, and she was also of
In
that
other ways,
opinion.
men, and especially straight white men, can say, no, I will not publish with your magazine or participate in your project or otherwise work with you until you include a fair number of women, both as participants and decision makers.
I'm sorry if you heard that burp, but
I
I'm
won't
not
work with you
apologizing.
until your publication or your organization is more inclusive of all kinds of difference. Those of us who are underrepresented and invited to participate in such projects can also decline to be included until more of us are invited through the glass ceiling and we are tokens no more. Without these efforts, without taking these stands, our accomplishments are going to mean very little. We can commit these small acts of bravery and hope that our choices trickle upward to the people in power: editors, movie and music producers, CEOs, lawmakers, the people who can make bigger, braver choices to create lasting, meaningful change. We can also boldly claim our feminism, good, bad, or anywhere in between. The last line of my book, Bad Feminist, says
I really
would
like
rather
this one.
be a
Thank you,
bad
Sigrun.
feminist than no feminist at all. This is true for so many reasons, but first and foremost, I say this because once upon a time, my voice was stolen from me, and feminism helped me to get my voice back. There was an incident. I call it an incident so I can carry the burden of what happened.
This doesn't sound
Some
good.
boys broke me when I was so young I did not know what boys can do to break a girl.
Oh, dude.
They treated me like I was nothing. I began to believe I was nothing. They stole my voice, and in the after, I did not dare to believe that anything I might say could matter. But I had writing.
Can someone
And there
Google
I
that?
wrote
By
myself
the way,
back
I'm
together.
kind of curious
I wrote
now how old
myself
she
toward
is
a
in the
stronger
books.
version of myself. I read the words of women who might understand a story like mine, and women who looked like me and understood what it was like to move through the world with brown skin. I read the words of women who showed me I was not nothing. I learned to write like them, and then I learned to write as myself. I found my voice again, and I started to believe that my voice is powerful beyond measure. Through writing and feminism, I
read
also found
somewhere-
that if I was a little bit brave, another woman might hear
I
me
think
and
it
see me
could
and
have been from the
recognize
movie
that
Bright.
none of us are
Like,
the nothing
they
the
cannot
world tries to
stop
tell
if
us
you all
we
rise
are.
up.
In one hand, I hold the power to accomplish anything.
Which is interesting
And in my
if you
other,
think
I
about the
hold the
US. If
humbling
the
reality
US
that I am
Second World
just
War and the
one
First World
woman.
War
I am a bad
would
feminist.
not work
I am
if
a good
it was
woman.
not women, because
I am
they
trying to become
essentially
better in
drove
how
the
I
factories.
think and what I say and what I do,
And that is so dumb.
without
They
abandoning
essentially
everything that
just
makes me human.
belittle women,
I hope that we can all
even
do the
though
same.
they were
I
the
hope
one
that
who
we
ran
can
the
all
war
be a little
factories,
bit
dude.
brave when we most need such bravery.
At the start of book 1. Then she was 13. Does Google say how old Khal Drogo was? Because they do age up a lot of things for obvious reasons.
Oh.
Shut the fuck up. So was that the end of this video? Because otherwise, okay, we have a couple of more videos. So this one I had to see before. I can talk about TED without telling you about two favorite TED Talks. One about listening, about making deaf percussionist. Are you in my Discord? Can you link it in my Discord if you are, Sigrun? So before we continue, let me read some excerpts of the pink tax thing, which we were talking about earlier, which I find is very important and stuff like that. So the discussion I had with this person in question about the pink tax thing. So the pink tax thing we were talking about earlier was like, this person started off, because I posted a couple of links, and we're gonna watch those TED Talks because I love them. One of them was the one with by Chimamanda, the African woman, the Nigerian thing in Lagos and so on, and they were like, this person started off by saying like there's no significant difference between the female and male brain, and which proves that you can be brought up as a boy and like as a girl if you're a boy and so on, and like there's biological differences, and this person says this is so dumb. This is what ticked me off. The reason why pink product of whatever costs more than blue one is the reason why there are limited amounts of female stormtrooper armors is a question of simply supply and demand. This motherfucker actually brings in supply and demand into the question. It's like, dude, they're the same shit. It's the same razor. They just advertised to women. Like, that's the thing. Like, that is what a free market does. Like, there's no pink tax or no evil mastermind. I was like, dude, are you dumb? So I said, like, market is also marketing. Like, I also brought up the thing, like, no one wants to see a female superhero. If you guys, I don't know if you guys remember, but since I'm an avid superhero fan, like, especially during the 90s or in the early 2000s, there were very few women-centered superhero movies. Wonder Woman, I think, is one of the few in modern times that hasn't been god-awful, right? But Elektra and Catwoman was because, I'm not even going to go into Ghostbusters. People can say whatever they want. What happened to Ghostbusters before it premiered was wrong. The tanking they did to the movie, the troll accounts and the botting was wrong. But however, Ghostbusters was not a good movie. And the worst part is the original script writers and so on for Ghostbusters were warning for that. But there's a reason why Ghostbusters, half of its budget went to reshoots and reimaginings what they did from the start. Because from the start, it was even worse. Google says Calderon age was not staying in the book. Speculation says he's in his late 20s, old 30s, old enough to give his position in society, yet still young enough to be powerful and better. All right, thank you, Iski. So, by the way, just so you guys know, I'm not afraid. Ike Perlmutter and Avi Arad are two of the infamous people that use marketing, by the way, who are also the cause why we don't have female-centered action figures like Wonder Woman's and why we didn't have Black Widow action figures after the first Avengers movie and the second Iron Man movie. Not because the toy companies didn't want to manufacture it, but Ike Perlmutter, Hasbro, I don't know if you guys remember it, what Hasbro got and Disney got a lot of shit for that. And basically the shit wasn't aimed at them because Ike Perlmutter, who was the CEO at Marvel back in the day, explicitly forbade them because he comes from the toy industry, and Ike Perlmutter is solely the reason why we have girl aisles and boy aisles. He invented that concept because he came from the toy industry. And also we talked about like shaving products today. I would argue, since women remove more body hair in the norm, I mean, they use it up more. Am I wrong? Am I right? Right? So, and also one of the things with pink tax is like in the US, I think last year, 2018 something, there was like taxing clothing turned out to be different. Women's clothing were taxed higher, which is fucked up. So a kick bike could cost double the amount because it was pink and aimed at women or girls, at that matter. And I think the study showed that women, like marketing products toward women, was less price sensitive. It's so dumb. And this person started to try to argue that this was false shit and stuff like that. We also have, you know what, on the subject, we are going to watch another video in a second as well. And let's not forget, just like Bic, you know, the just fucking look at the body wash and shampoo. Yes, Una, exactly. So just one of the things that we can talk about is the Bic Bic pens. Do you guys remember those? They came and they caused a lot of ruckus and then they disappeared. So what that was, the Bic pens was like, Bic designed pens for her. They literally made pens for women. I know you remember that because I think you are the one who brought it up to me, if I'm not explicitly wrong. I think you showed me that shit. And this person was trying to argue that I was trying to score cheap feminist points by like being like fourth wave feminism. That's an ugly beast and people yell about when treating them unfairly and so on. And then he was like, companies do research and design and produce products for different reasons, and someone has to pay for that, and that's usually customer. And no one gives everything away for free. And he's arguing that the kickback has been disproven, and so has the Hygiene Project. And the pink kickback was more expensive to produce because it was a limited run. Bullshit, by the way. Yes, I remember that one too, Sigrid. I do. So like, and they're like, oh, and he was like, oh, so you're marketing towards kids and the parents like look a certain color. So as a parent, you either, this is what ticked me off as well. You either have a choice to give the kid what you want, or you can choose differently without realizing the subliminal messages that these things cause, that we're grown up with this. Let's not forget, we can go back, I think, a century, like 3 generations. And if you go back 3 generations, pink was the male color until someone decided. Let's not also forget that heels, high heels, was made for men to make sure that men had better posture. And then it became a female thing. Same with corsets. All of these things were aimed at men. But they were deemed too uncomfortable, so they made women wear it instead. So this person continues to argue that the hygiene products, the products were tested and contained different chemicals because males and females have different skin. So what this person says was this. I'm going to open that link in a second, Una. I'll save it. Oh, you have that. Oh, thank you. It's that one. I'll have that one here and I'll show it later. So basically what they said was like, oh, but like, there's another one that I'm on the topic that we're going to talk about as well. And so he claimed that the products are not comparable because of that specific reason, which is so dumb. Which is so dumb. Because like, oh, they have different like ingredients and so on and scents. But like, so I was like, he doesn't understand that marketing is brainwashing. That's essentially what it is. You when you show a little kid, like all the boy kids have this, and all the like little girls have this, then they're gonna go for that, and that's how they're gonna be programmed because they learned this as kids. And considering today that we're super saturated by media, it's going to keep going. And that's why we experience inequality. And like, as I said, like the kickback thing, there was a report actually that said that what was it? I'm trying to remember. I think it was like, it could have cost more because they had to make a pink one because they argued that otherwise girls wouldn't buy it. And this is a full report on it. And to hygiene products, they do add stuff to make it sound more appealing. But as a molecular biologist, we don't have different skin. Every individual skin is different. But our skin makeup is the same, regard like if you're a woman or you're a man, the same thing. And this person, of course, stopped talking after that. This person that could not could not talk about it anymore. It's like it's not pink tax if you should charge different price for different products. I was like, motherfucker. It was so dumb. It was so dumb. And don't forget, it goes both ways. It's important to remember because, like, if you remember, like in Sweden at least, hairdressers charged more. You could have, like, I could have the same length as Unaplex in my hair. I could have wanted the same thing as Unaplex in my hair, but the hairdresser would charge Unaplex more because she's a woman. I love that. I love that. Oh. All right, let's continue on with the videos. The videos I'd like you to watch now are these. We're having fun, guys. Thank you for being here and endure and
Boka tryggt och fortsätt längta.
Enabling me to do all these things. I agree.
Early video games like Pong were totally unisex.
Am I a boy dot or a girl dot?
You're just a dot.
Ow, 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 ow.
In fact, the game was marketed to the entire family.
What about Pac-Man? He was a boy.
True, but the game was so popular with women that when it came time for a sequel, the developers gave it a female main
You mean
character,
Adam?
Ms. Pac-Man.
Yeah, I'm spooky.
Not Mrs., Ms. She was a modern 80s career woman.
I have an MBA in eating ghosts.
Waka 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 waka.
Waka 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 waka
She's
waka.
so confident.
And not only was much of the audience female, many of the developers were too. Among the stars of early game design were Atari's Carol Shaw, Centipede creator Donna
Listen,
Bailey,
this
and
one is
Roberta
super
Williams,
interesting.
an adventure game pioneer and company co-founder, whose King's Quest series was a massive hit among gamers of all
Yes,
stripes.
Panda, we are.
Seems like everything's great. Can I play my game now?
Nope, because all of
No, I
that
didn't.
changed thanks to the video game crash of 1983. Greedy publishers started flooding the market with shoddy games like I Want My Mommy, Lost Luggage, and E.T. for the Atari 2600, which has been called one of the worst games of all time.
Yes.
Yuck. I'll play anything, and even I know that's a turd.
Most adults stopped playing games entirely, and the video game market
Yes,
cratered.
I've heard that. I've never played that myself.
So when it came time to market the original Nintendo Entertainment System, Nintendo devised a plan. Instead of selling it in the electronics section, they sold it in the toy aisle. But by then, the toy aisle was completely separated into pink and blue.
See, this is what I'm talking about. This is fucking Ike Perlmutter. This is what he did.
Boy and girl. Nintendo had to choose a side. They went with boy, and then they marketed to those boys relentlessly.
What's it like to play the Nintendo Entertainment System?
And this motherfucker had the audacity to say there is no marketing like this. There's no directed marketing. He had the fucking audacity to
And
say that.
kept
Dude.
marketing to them as they grew up.
It's not the size of your howitzer, it's what you do with it.
I got this pulling a 360 stalefish.
I know you like that. I know you love that.
It's all about the control.
Monka toss.
Totally whipped.
Come and play with me.
And after decades of this kind of advertising, what's up, bitch? We now think of video games as being the exclusive domain of the male sex.
Okay, those ads are weird, but boys just like video games more than girls do.
Sorry, Jake, that's a straight up myth. More adult women play video games than teenage boys do.
Sweet.
That's just counting stupid phone games.
So? Games are games, Jake. All that means is that mainstream consoles like PS4 and Xbox One are refusing to serve a huge untapped market.
Yep.
We're talking millions of women who would love to play more.
Another fun fact, since I held a lecture about this, exactly. An unknown fact is most of the MMO players are actually adult women. Like in WoW or World of Warcraft and stuff like that. Adult women.
Games, but are being pushed away from the hobby by weird, old-fashioned marketing that publishers are
Also
sticking with,
notice
seemingly out
how
of
I have
sheer
not gotten a
force of
single
habit.
troll while I've been just chatting for
Why are you hurting me,
how many
Becky?
hours?
Because I'm
Almost
mad
4
at you.
hours.
I like games. I've always liked them. It's just sometimes I feel
Wait, simultaneously, Una? How does that work?
like they don't love me back. You act like I'm not supposed to play them or
Also,
something. Just
is it weird that I can hear your voice saying that, Una? Does that mean we talk too much? Even though you don't talk to me nowadays.
because you listen to all these stupid ads.
Jake, video games are the greatest.
But I mean, I have the 8th of March talk. Wouldn't that be the same thing? And and in my going live messages everywhere, what I posted on Twitter and shit like that, I did mark it as hashtag International Women's Day. Yeah, I did.
This new art form of the century. They can do anything. Saying they're for just one gender is ridiculous.
I don't know what Pegels
Yeah,
is.
it's like saying movies are just for girls or books are just for dads. It's stupid.
When we think about video games in such a limited
alright.
way, it makes the games worse, it loses the industry money, and it's really mean to your sister.
Just wait, he'll burn out in about 3 minutes.
Yeah, I've seen this before.
So that's one of them. This was that one, right?
Jag måste.
Yes, it was. Okay, so let's look at the Bic pens, which Una thankfully linked us. So here are the fucking Bic pens. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Currently, yes. Thank you. Shut the fuck up. Like, I mean, I do like the purple one. I kind of like the pink one as well. They do look good. Yes, I do look. I do like the look. Notice the section about the item. Okay. Pens and refills, corrections. Huh? I don't get it. What do you mean, Una? I don't understand. Am I blind? About this item, middle. Oh. Fashioning. Fashioning. Wow. I love it. Fucking love it, dude. All right. On the topic of superheroes, we are now gonna watch another one. Yes, it says fashioning. No. Not Arabic, dude. Not Arabic. English. Why isn't this working? Hello. Emos floating by the pan. I guess we gotta go through the TED Talk then. It's not loading. Why is it not? There it is. Now it's loading. Dude, fuck this. Google's probably crashing again. English subtitles, volume max. You guys gotta tell me if
I
it's too loud.
spend most of my time thinking about little girls, which is kind of a weird thing for a grown man in our society to say. But
I
do.
really like this
I
one.
spend most of my time thinking about little girls, and I think it's primarily because I have one. This one's mine.
This one is so
I
fucking
think
good.
you would really like her.
Yes,
she
it's
is
a good
smart
intro.
and funny and kind to people and a good friend. But when I talk about my daughter, the word I find myself saying most is athlete. My kid's athletic. She is strong
Yeah.
and fast and has great balance and good body control. She's a 3-time back-to-back state champion in Shaolin Kempo. At
Damn.
9 years old, she is already halfway to a black belt. My daughter is athletic. Now, when a man who is 6'2" and 265 pounds stands in front of you and says his daughter is athletic, you might think that's a reflection of him. It is not. My wife in high school was a 2-time All-State soccer player and a 2-time All-State volleyball player, and I played Dungeons and Dragons. And that is why...
2-time state. Does that mean they played for the state or they won for the state?
Although my daughter is an athlete, she's also a huge nerd, which I love. She walks around our house in a cloak of flames that she made herself. She sits on the Iron Throne.
Look at this. This is a bad mofo right here. This is Daenerys. This is Daenerys combined with Cersei vibes right here. All right.
Even though she has
Thank you,
never
Mo.
seen Game of Thrones, primarily because we are not the worst parents who ever lived. But she knows there's someone called the Mother of Dragons, and she calls herself that, and she loves it. She's a huge comic book fan. Right now, her favorite character is Groot. She loves Groot. She adores the Incredible Hulk. But my daughter really, at heart,
This is so
her
heartbreaking.
thing is Star Wars. My kid is a Jedi. Although someday she's also a Sith, which is a choice that I can respect.
Bunch of TV series, protagonists, Stargate, but they are superheroes and role models, though. Wait, which female role models are in Atlantis? Voyager, I agreed. Charmed, yeah. Oh my god, I love Charmed so much. Buffy, yes. Oh my god, Relic Hunter. I forgot about Relic Hunter. And Witchblade. Witchblade was so convoluted, though. Even though Josh Whedon is a fucking dick, a sexist, and a gaslighter, we can still enjoy Buffy. Wait, I gotta Google this. It is? Am I dumb? You mean Dr. Veer? Not Weaver, right? But Taylor didn't have that big. Elizabeth Weir, yeah. Did Taylor have that much of a role? Because Weaver is a guy. Anyway.
But here's the question that I have to ask. Why is it that when my daughter dresses up, whether it's Groot or the Incredible Hulk, whether it's Obi-Wan Kenobi or Darth Maul, why is every character she dresses up as a boy? And where are all the female superheroes? And that is not actually the question, because there's plenty of female superheroes. My question really is, where is all the female superhero stuff? Where are the costumes? Where are the toys? Because every day when my daughter plays, when she dresses up, she's learning stuff. Through a process that in my own line of work as a professor of media studies, we refer to as public pedagogy. That is, it is how societies are taught ideologies. It's how you learned what it meant to be a man or a woman, what it meant to behave yourself in public, what it meant to be a patriot and have good manners. It's all the constituent social relations that make us up as a people. It's, in short, how we learn what we know about other people and about the world. But we live in a 100% media-saturated society.
This is what we talked about earlier as well.
Every single aspect of your human existence outside of your basic bodily functions is in some way touched by media. From the car that you drive, to the food that you eat, to the clothes that you wear, to the way you construct your relationships, to the very language you use to formulate thought. all of that is in some way mediated. So the answer in our society to how do we learn what we know about other people and about the world is largely through media. Well, there's a wrinkle in that our society, media don't simply exist as information distribution technologies and devices.
This is
They
another
also exist
topic
as corporate entities.
as itself,
And
which is
when
super interesting.
The distribution of information is tied to financial gain, there's a problem. How big of a problem? Well, think about this. In 1983, 90% of American media were owned by 50 companies. In any market, 50 companies doing something's a lot of companies.
I'm
It's
happy
a lot
to.
of different worldviews.
Otherwise, we might never have
In
met.
2015, that number has shrunk to 6.
Take this in. Please take this in. This is so important.
6 companies. They are NBC Universal, Comcast, AOL Time Warner, the Walt Disney Company, News Corp, Viacom, and the CBS Corporation. These 6 companies produce 9 out of every 10 movies you watch, 9 out of every 10 television shows, 9 out of every 10 songs, 9 out of every 10 books. So my question to you is, if 6 companies control 90% of American media, how much influence do you think they have over what you're allowed to see every day?
Is it? Is Amazon owned by CBS? Nah.
Because in media studies, we spend a lot of time saying that media can't tell us what to think, and they can't. They're terrible at that, but that's not their job. Media don't tell us what to think. Media tell us what to think about.
I love the
They control the
distinction.
conversation. And in controlling the conversation, they don't have to get you to think what they want you to think. They'll just get you thinking about the things they want you to think about. And more importantly, not thinking about the things they don't want you to think about. They control the conversation. How does this work in practice? Well, let's just take one of those companies. We'll do an easy one. Let's talk about the Walt Disney Company for a second. The reason why I always pick
about
the
to
Walt
get
Disney Company is
DMCA'd
this.
from my
Is there a
Avengers
single person
themed
in this
stuff?
room who has never seen a Disney movie? Look around. Exactly. I picked Disney because they have what we call 100% penetration in our society. Every single person has been exposed to Disney. So it's an easy one for me to use. Since 1937, Disney has made most of its money selling princesses to girls. It's made a huge chunk of its money. Unless, of course, the princess your daughter is interested in, as my daughter is this one.
Take this in again. But to be fair, Lucas Toys or Lucas Products or Lucasfilm did sell a lot of Leia toys or the female toys as well. This is after Disney took over and stuff like that. That is super, super important. There is actually, you can see old Leia toys.
See, in 2012, Disney purchased Lucasfilm for the sum of $4 billion. And immediately they flooded the Disney stores with Han Solo and Obi-Wan.
Also, fun fact, they purchased Lucasfilm for $4 billion. They scrapped Lucas original scripts, and then they for the last movie, when the test audiences hated the movie, Azuki! Holy shit, Combat, can you... Hello, McLaughlin. Welcome in, Raiders. Combat, are you still here? Trollefar, thank you for coming in with the raid. Bowie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Arhenka. I am a variety streamer. Today we are talking and celebrating about... Nalasta, thank you for the follow. We're talking about 8th of March, which is, International Women's Day. Polly Wally, thank you for the follow. And we're discussing and watching videos on the topic, which talk about women in our society and what we can do for the rest of the 364 day to become better persons, and mostly added for the men. All right, since Combat Glue went off, let's do the shout out for Azuki. Guys, if you don't, wait, oh my God, I'm so dumb. Why am I doing this today? This is the second time I'm messing up with the shout out. There you go. Where were you playing? Party Packs, Jackbox. Oh, you were playing Jackbox? How did the stream go? And for you guys who just came in with the raid, again, my name is Orhanka, 2Cats, variety streamer. I stream on Mondays and Fridays. Usually, sometimes I can vary off the schedule. My cats are named Leia and Luke. Yes, they are named after the Star Wars characters, incidentally, while we're watching this. And again, if you have any videos or would like to join the topic and discussion, welcome to do so. If you just want to chillax and hang back, do so as well. We are going to try to play games later. I've watched videos for far longer than we intended, but that is also because we had a great discussions. Dead by Daylight. I used to like Dead by Daylight, but no more. Kitties do be camera shy today. They're sleeping. Yes, I know Azukis is long. You're interested in the discussion? That's that. Welcome back, Bunchy. I hope you are good. I hope you're home and Finn is enjoying being home as well. All right, we are going to continue watching this. This specific TED Talk, which we're watching, yes, I believe so. And also with the cat as well. With Claudia, your cat, not Claudia, the Unaplex. Kitty's got the right idea. Yeah, Leia is right here cleaning herself right now. She's cleaning her tail. But this specific topic is he's talking about his daughter, who's very athletic and 9, and he's talking about how there's basically no toys, like there are superheroes, there are women and female, but there's no toys or clothing for that as well. We're going to continue watching this video. Anything at all, guys, just type it in chat. I'll try to answer everything.
On Kenobi with Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker and Yoda, and not Princess Leia. Why? Because this princess messes up the public pedagogy for these princesses. So Disney did not put Princess Leia merchandise in the store, and when people went to Disney and said, hey, where's all the Princess Leia stuff? Disney said, we have no intention of putting Princess Leia merchandise in the store. And fans were angry, and they took to Twitter with the hashtag, we want Leia. And Disney said, wait, that's not what we meant. What we meant was, we don't have any Princess Leia merchandise yet, but we will. And that was in 2012, and it is 2015, and if you go to the Disney store, as I recently have, and look for Princess Leia merchandise, do you know how many Princess Leia items there are in the Disney store? 0, because Disney has no intention of putting Princess Leia in the store.
This is so interesting,
and we shouldn't
especially
be surprised
since
because
George Lucas, the man who famously told Carrie Fisher to not wear, but when you were a kid, that was before Disney bought, there was Leia merch then. But this is interesting. It's super interesting that the man, George Lucas, who essentially told Carrie Fisher there's no bras in space because they would strangle you, basically said, he forced her to go without a bra in the scenes, and you can see that, and it does look painful. So he had more Princess Leia toys put out in the 70s and 80s than Disney did. This is super interesting.
We found out that was their policy when they bought Marvel in 2009 for the sum of $4.5 billion. Because when you make a lot of money selling princesses to girls, you also kind of want to make money from boys. And so what better to sell boys than superheroes? So now Disney had access to Captain America and to Thor, the Incredible Hulk, and they had access even to a group of superheroes.
Wait, is that from Sverok TV? Okay, I guess I got a sub. Which tier is that? That's tier 1? Bitch, I'm getting that. Oh, the first time I saw that poster. Wait, let me show you the poster.
No one had.
Here it is. Here's the original dude. This one is so fucking badass. This one is so bad fucking ass, dude. Look at this shit. Hey, where's the power gem? Oh, look at the nails, too. I like it. That's one OP Leia. No shit, dude. The Force, the Infinity Gauntlet, man. No, people ain't got shit on her. Exactly, Nalasta. All right, let's continue.
Had ever even heard of. That's how good Marvel was at selling superheroes. Last year, they released a film called Guardians of the Galaxy. It's a film that absolutely should not work. Nobody knew who they were except for comic book nerds like me. One of the characters is a talking tree. One of the characters is an anthropomorphic raccoon. It should not work. And they made a killing off of Guardians of the Galaxy. This character here in the middle, her name is Gamora. She's played by Zoe Saldana.
I have my problems with Guardians of the Galaxy, but that's another
fights like
discussion.
A ninja, and she's played by a beautiful black woman, and my daughter fell in love with her. So, like any good nerd dad, I went to buy my daughter Gamora's stuff. And when I got to the store, I learned a very interesting thing. If I wanted to buy her a Gamora backpack, well, Gamora's not on it. They probably should have marketed this as some
Ike Perlmutter, ladies and gentlemen. Ike Perlmutter.
Of the Guardians of the Galaxy.
He's giving Disney shit for that one. I understand the Disney part and the Star Wars part, but this is purely Ike Perlmutter.
And if I wanted to buy her a lunchbox, she wasn't on it. And if I wanted to buy her a t-shirt, she wasn't on it. And as a matter of fact, if I went to the store, as I did, and looked at the display, you would find a small picture of Gamora right here. But if you look at any of the actual merchandise on that shelf, Gamora is not on any of it.
And
now,
again, prove me wrong that we don't need feminism. This is the shit. This is so bad.
Could have taken to Twitter with the hashtag Where's Gamora, like millions of fans did across the world. But the truth was, I wasn't even really that surprised.
And there's people actually on Twitch and everywhere else that think of that. Is it because they think guys won't wear it, something girl wanted? No, Polly Wally. It's more, it's deeper than that. So we watched that movie earlier. Ike Perlmutter is the CEO of Marvel, and when he had more power, they kind of ousted him out of his power. He came from the toy industry. It made a lot of money. He's essentially one of the reasons why we have girl aisles and boy aisles, because before we just had toy aisles. And what he did was he separated them, and he said girls do not play with action heroes. So after, like, I think during the 60s or something, you can research this. He's a great fucking asshole, and Avi Arad as well. But so he essentially is the reason why we have the problem we were having. He's also the reason why we didn't have Black Widow toys when Avengers came out, because he said girls don't buy female action heroes. It's super interesting. It is super depressing, but also interesting how one person or a couple of communities, like, imagine your closest friend circle, right, or your family, having the power to decide what people in the world would do. Also, what we talked about in this video, how all the media companies, he's talking from the aspect of the United States, of course, because he's a U.S. citizen and he does a TED Talk in the U.S. He's always, he said, like, I think it was all of the American media is owned by 6 companies. So all the movies, 9 out of 10 movies you see are made by these people. And Disney is the most common household name. That's why he focuses on Disney, because Disney has 100% penetration of audience. Like, they've reached everyone on the planet. Everyone knows what Disney is.
Because I was there when Disney had released The Avengers. And just this year, we got a new Avengers movie, The Age of Ultron. And we were very excited because there was not 1, but 2 female superheroes.
Age of Ultron is a shit tier movie. Prove me wrong.
Scarlet Witch.
No,
and
Bunchy,
Black
you're
Widow.
not allowed.
And we were very excited.
I know what you're going to say.
But here's the real thing
I know what you're
about
going to
this.
say. No.
Even though Scarlett Johansson, who is one of the most popular actresses in America, plays Black Widow, and Black Widow is the star of not 1, not 2, but 5 different Marvel movies, there is not a single piece of Black Widow merchandise available. Not
only a filler movie. It was other things that bothered me with that, actually.
1. And if you go to the Disney store and you look for a Black Widow costume, what you will find is Captain America and the Incredible Hulk. You will find...
They even have the different Captain America suits. What? No way, dude. Okay.
Iron Man and Thor. You will even find War Machine, who isn't even really in the movie that long. Who you will not find is Black Widow. And I could have gone to Twitter with the hashtag, as many people did, Where's Natasha? but I'm tired of doing that. I'm tired of having to do that. All over the country right now, there are kids playing with the Psychoblast Quinjet playset, where Captain America rides a...
Before we go out of here, does anyone know why this scene is important? Does anyone know why this toy is so important and like a focus of the shame they should have? Before we go on, move on. Because if you don't know, I would like to explain it to you. Or I probably think he will. Because this is a majorly fuck up. This is such a huge fucking fuck up. Is there anyone who doesn't know? Like, don't be ashamed. It's okay. No. It's not even... That's Hawkeye, I think. This motorcycle scene, that's Black Widow. So they took Black Widow, took her out, and put Captain America in. She's the one jumping out of the plane, riding the motorcycle in this movie, which is one of her most badass scenes. Yes. That's why it's so fucked up.
Motorcycle out of a moving jet, and it's really awesome. You know how awesome it is? So awesome that when it happened in the movie,
there it is.
It was Black Widow that did it. Not only has she been erased, but she has been replaced with a male figure. And so,
see this?
What is this teaching us? I mean, over the next 5 years, Disney and Warner Brothers and a bunch of movie studios are going to release over 30 feature-length films with comic book characters. And of those...
Jigglypuff, thank you so much for the follow. Cancelled.
30 feature-length films, exactly 2 of them will have female
Shit tier movie. Postponed. Amazing movie.
Solo leads. 2.
Endgame. Amazing movie.
Now,
shit tier movie. No, not shit tier movie. It's okay.
There will be females
hey,
in the rest of
how are
these
you?
movies,
Happy Monday.
but they will be sidekicks. They will be
postponed.
Love interest. They will be members of teams.
Cancelled. I'm sorry. I just
they
have
will
to.
not be the main
Superheroes
character.
is my thing, as you guys can probably
and if
notice.
what we learn, what we know about other people and about the world, we learn through media, then these companies are teaching.
Yes, but there's a reason for that. Oh my God, I hit myself in the face with the microphone. So here's the thing, which is super important. I liked Aquaman visually, and it didn't take itself too seriously. It was okay for me. So here's the thing. This is important. So what you have here is the reason why Age of Ultron also sucked ass. Okay. Yes, and I'm going to bring that up. Why, GG. Also, welcome in. Happy Monday. As you can see, we are watching videos and we are talking and celebrating 8th of March and how to be better humans the rest of the 364 days of the year. Age of Ultron sucked. So here's the thing. The DC ones are garbage. Like, I liked the Man of Steel. Batman vs. Superman sucked because the studio got in and said, you got to include Doomsday. This is a proven fact. And they changed the whole third act. The third act was different from the start. First of all, they didn't kill off Mercy Graves and so on and so on. So the studio went in. Justice League. Now, Justice League is an interesting thing. And that's I don't agree, Mo. But that's from a different thing. So Justice League was a different movie in its entirety. They reshot about 80% of the movie, according to Joss Whedon. Joss Whedon has now, as most people know, been proven to be a gaslighting, manipulative son of a bitch. I mean, he did Buffy and stuff like that. Avengers was good, but Age of Ultron also was not good because basically Age of Ultron was a series of quick quips, and the way he did it was like. They could have removed so much content and still had a better movie than it was. So that's why Joss Whedon got fired, because of that reason. It wasn't just coherent. It was a lot of stuff. Like it was a movie filled with one-liners, dude. That's what it was. And so Justice League turned out to be Joss Whedon reshooting 80% of the movie instead of finishing the movie. Like he did it so much worse. And that's why the people are doing the release the Snyder Cut. Now we'll see if the Snyder Cut has something to offer or not. But Captain Marvel, I love Captain Marvel and the concept of Captain Marvel, especially until the third act. The third act is the same issue I have with Wonder Woman. No, I don't think she was emotionless. So the thing is, with Captain Marvel and Wonder Woman, what I didn't like is you want to be able to identify, even if it's a woman or it's a man, or like non-binary. You want to be able to identify with the hero. With Wonder Woman, if you look at all the movies, even if you look at Man of Steel, Superman, the third act of Superman is him going off against Zod. Also, you can look at if you look at Justice League, that was the same thing. Like even when he struggles against Doomsday, even though he was shit here. So what you want something you can identify with. With Wonder Woman, when it hits Act 3, she doesn't even struggle. Like they made her so stupid powerful that it's not an end fight. Captain Marvel, they had that problem, and that's why I think they still excluded her in Endgame. She became this cosmic being. If we take the three main characters of Endgame, Iron Man, Hulk, Thor. Hulk is proven to be able to fuck up, especially with his new weapon, and struggle against Thanos. Hulk is struggling against Thanos. Captain Marvel doesn't break a sweat. So not girl power, that's not it. The problem was how they did it. If they had Captain Marvel in the comics is super, super stupid powerful as well. But she absorbs energy to be able to exert energy, which makes her like she has a weakness. And now both Wonder Woman and Captain Marvel was basically Superman without a kryptonite, if you catch my drift. With Hulk and Thor, they have different weaknesses and so on. Thanos beat the shit out of Hulk because he has like fighting styles and he has the Power Stone. But remember at the end when Captain Marvel grabs the gauntlet, and what essentially Thanos has to do is to strike her directly with the Power Stone for it to work, to get her away from it. Captain Marvel had that problem in the Act 3 as well. However, in Act 3, one thing I loved about Captain Marvel is when Yon-Rogg is like, oh, fight me hand to hand, prove that you're good, and she just blasts the shit out of him. I laughed so hard because that was so fucking good. That was unimaginably fucking good. Like, I don't have to prove you shit, asshole. And I love that.
You keep that a little quiet.
Yo, Mav, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Bunchy. It was, and that was the message of the movie, but they could have done that without taking her from 1 to 100. Like, as I said, if she had somehow like absorbed the energy, I think it would have come off as better. You could have bought it and so on. No, I'm not wrong. You're wrong. And that's the thing. Like they could have made it so much better. And with Wonder Woman, I had the same kind of issue, actually. Because I liked the Wonder Woman movie and I really wanted to like all of it. But when she faces off against Ares, it's like there is no fight. Like she's not struggling. And I was like, okay, I guess. Like, that's what you want. I haven't seen the second Wonder Woman yet, but a lot of people dislike it. So I don't know. But yeah, so that's my gripes with those movies. They could have been so much more than they are. With Thor, the third act is amazing, and the first two acts are bad. And if you look at Thor 2, the main issue with Thor 2 is that they don't focus on what the movie is really about. They focus on the bad guy and make him emotionless and distant. That's why Black Panther has the best fucking villain of all time. But they could have focused more on the family part. Like, I liked how they brought that back for Endgame, like how he mourns his mother, and that's part of his thing. Thor 2, if you think about it, is the movie where he grows the most as a character. Maybe the greatest film of the decade. Gigi just trolling. First two Thors sucked, and third one saved the movies. I don't agree. There's a lot of things in the first and the second Thor movies that are superior, but you have to pick them apart. And I can understand that you don't want to if you just want to look at it the way it is. One of the fun fact, I went to see Thor and Captain America with my former partner, and I agree that it's the best Thor, but there's a lot more character development and stuff like that in the first two that isn't in Thor. But they took a different direction from it. But so we're watching the first Thor movie, and so me, my friends, my then partner sitting at in the movie salon, and basically when Thor comes out of the shower, he's steaming and he's like, he's and Chris Hemsworth is the biggest he's ever been, right? He's the biggest they ever been. And my partner, God bless her, at the time, she's one of my best friends too. And she exclaims, "Oh, by the way, Mo, that's the same person who was like, I'm dominating you. You know that? You remember that?" So she just exclaimed, "Holy shit." That's what she says, like out loud. She just says, "Holy shit." And the whole salon erupts in laughter. And afterwards, she's like, "No, I just meant that he's tall and Natalie Portman is short." We're like, "Oh, fuck you, dude. We all know what you meant." She's like, No, that wasn't it. So in the first Captain America movie, when he comes out of the pod and he's all buffed and like, how Haley Atwell's character, Agent Carter, want to like touch him and then doesn't touch him and like that. Me and my friend went to see that with our respective partners, the same partner in this one as well. And both of our partners start to like squirm in their seats. We're like, "Oh, fuck off." We're like, I never been jealous, but that part was like, "Oh, come on, man." Anyway.
Teaching my daughter that even if she is strong and smart and fast and fights like a ninja,
Oh, by the way, his daughter is also, what was it, three-time state champion in Kung Fu, I think it was. And 9 years old, almost at a black belt. Important.
4 of which are true of her, it doesn't matter. She will either be ignored like Gamora or erased and replaced with a boy like Black Widow. And it's not fair. It's not fair to her, and it's not fair to your sons and daughters either. But here's the thing. I'm raising a little girl, and she has a little tomboy in her, which, by the way, is a terrible thing to call a girl. What that basically is saying is those traits that define you, they're not really yours. They're just on loan to you for a little while from boys. But do you know how much grief she's going to take in her life for having a little tomboy in her? 0. None. People will think it's cute. They'll call her feisty. Because in our society, adding so-called male traits to girls is seen as an upgrade, seen as a bonus. I'm not raising a little boy like Mike. Mike is a little boy who lives in Florida. He's 11 years old. And the thing that he
this is going to be a trigger warning. I'm just going to warn you guys for this. There's a trigger warning here. I think that's important to say. So, yeah, if you're sensitive and stuff like that, there's a huge trigger warning.
Loves most in the world is a show called My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic, like millions of other children across America. Now, the show is marketed to girls ages 5 to 9, but there are millions of boys and grown men who enjoy My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. They have a club. They call themselves bronies, pony bros, guys who like ponies. I happen to be one of them. And what are Mike and myself?
We can link that clip, Case. We can watch it in a bit.
And millions of other boys and men learning in this feminine, sissified world of My Little Pony? Well, they're learning to study hard and to work hard and to party hard and to look good and to feel good and to do good. And heaven preserve us from teaching these wussified concepts to boys. So the other kids in his neighborhood pick on Mike and they beat him up and they make fun of him. And at 11 years old, Mike goes home, finds a belt, wraps it around his neck, and hangs himself from the top bunk of his bed.
I don't know. Yeah.
Because we have developed a society.
This is why we need feminism, again.
In which you would rather be dead as a boy than thought of as liking stuff for girls. And that is not Mike's fault, that is our fault. We have failed him. We have failed our children. And we have to do better for them.
This is an 11-year-old, okay? This is an 11-year-old that actually fucking hangs himself, dude. This is beyond fucked up. Like, I don't know.
We have to stop making it so that the only female superheroes appear on shirts that are pink and cut for girls. We have to stop. And when I was putting this together, people said to me, well, that's never going to happen. And I said, oh, really? Because just this year, Target announced that they were going to stop gendering their toy aisles.
Oh my God. I had forgotten about this.
They were going to mix it up. Now, before we, break our shoulders, patting Target on the back, just this week they released a shirt in which one of the most iconic scenes in Star Wars: A New Hope, where Princess Leia stands up to the Dark Lord of the Sith, was released on a t-shirt in which she's mysteriously replaced by Luke. So let's don't pat ourselves on the back too much. Just this week also, Disney announced it was no longer going to gender its Halloween costumes. Which I say, thank you, Disney, except the only costumes you make are of male superheroes, so does it matter who you have wearing them? Just this week, Mattel, who makes Barbie, announced they're gonna release a line of DC superhero girls. And the funny thing is, they met with girls and asked them what they wanted to see in dolls. And you can see they have calves and elbows that bend so they can do superhero stuff. And please buy them. And don't just buy them for your daughters, buy them for your sons. Because it's important that boys play with.
By the way, the reason we brought up that with Disney is also because, I know, Mo. I think it's Mattel that does the Disney toys, and they're the one who decided to remove the things from the other things.
And as female superheroes, just like my daughter plays with and as male superheroes.
Because Disney doesn't.
As a matter of
Disney
fact,
licenses their toys.
Is a world in which every person who goes to the
and
store
the toy
goes
companies
with a
decide,
little
and guess who
flowchart
owns
in their
the
head
those? I
of
promote
whether
it.
or not they should buy this toy for a boy or a girl. And it's a real simple flowchart because it only has one question on it. It says, is this toy operated with your genitals? If the answer is yes, then that is not a toy for children. And if the answer is no, then it's for boys and girls. It's really simple. Because today is about the future of the future, and in my future, boys and girls are equally respected, equally valued, and most importantly, equally represented. Thank you.
That's one of them. Let's look at the other one. Yes, this one I also love. Fucking GG, dude.
So a few years ago,
This
I did
one is also
something
very good.
really brave, or some would say, really stupid. I ran for Congress. For years, I had existed safely behind the scenes in politics, as a fundraiser, as an organizer, but in my heart, I always wanted to run. The sitting congresswoman had been in my district since 1992. She had never lost a race, and no one had really even run against her in a Democratic primary. But in my mind, this was my way to make a difference, to disrupt the status quo. The polls, however, told a very different story. My pollsters told me that I was crazy to run, that there was no way that I could win. But I ran anyway. And in 2012, I became an upstart in a New York City congressional race.
This sounds like AOC.
I swore I was going to win. I had the endorsement from the New York Daily News, the Wall Street Journal snapped pictures of me on Election Day, and CNBC called it one of the hottest races in the country. I raised money from everyone I knew, including Indian aunties that were just so happy an Indian girl was running. But on Election Day, the polls were right, and I only got 19% of the vote. And the same papers that said I was a rising political star now said I wasted $1.3 million on 6,321 votes. Don't do the math. It was humiliating. Now, before you get the wrong idea, this is not a talk about the importance of failure. Now,
wait.
It was humiliating.
What is this guy looking at? Is he looking at a screen? And why isn't she looking at a screen then, if she can see perfectly? I think this guy needs glasses, but he's afraid to admit it. This guy's Michi.
Now, before you get the wrong idea, this is not a talk about the importance of failure, nor is it about leaning in. I tell you the story of how I ran for Congress because I was 33 years old.
I just did it because you were here.
And it was the first time in my entire life that I had done something that was truly brave, where I didn't worry about being perfect. And I'm not alone. So many women I talk to tell me that they gravitate towards careers and professions that they know they're going to be great in, that they know they're going to be perfect in. And it's no wonder why. Most girls are taught to avoid risk and failure. They're taught to smile pretty, play it safe, get all A's. Boys, on the other hand, are taught to play rough, swing high, crawl to the top of the monkey bars, and then just jump off head first. And by the time they're adults, and whether they're negotiating a raise or even asking someone out on a date, they're habituated to take risk after risk. They're rewarded for it.
Also,
it's often said in Silicon Valley, no one even takes you seriously unless you've had 2 failed startups. In other words, we're raising our girls to be perfect, and we're raising our boys to be brave. Some people worry about
Congratulations,
our
Lexi.
deficit.
Lexi, when are you going to change your name?
I worry about our
on Twitch?
bravery deficit. Our economy, our society, we're just losing out because we're not raising our girls to be brave. The bravery deficit is why women are underrepresented in STEM, in C-suites, in boardrooms, in Congress.
You especially, I can understand. Actually, a lot of the women in my vicinity has this issue, especially like the imposter syndrome thing as well. Like they're not good enough, or they're not doing this or that. I feel that a lot. Like I've heard that a lot.
And pretty much everywhere
but you're
you look.
Lexi everywhere else now.
In the 1980s, psychologist Carol Dweck looked at how bright 5th graders handled an assignment that was too difficult for them. She found that bright girls were quick to give up. The higher the IQ, the more likely they were to give up. Bright boys, on the other hand, found the difficult material to be a challenge. They found it energizing. They were more likely to redouble their efforts.
Yeah.
What's going on? Well, at the 5th grade level, girls routinely outperform boys in every subject, including math and science. So it's not a question of ability. The difference is in how boys and girls approach a challenge. And it doesn't just end in 5th grade. An HP report found that men will apply for a job if they meet only 60% of the qualifications. But
This part.
women will apply only if they meet 100% of the qualifications.
So my colleague that I told you about, my close friend, she was gonna apply for some jobs where she didn't have the qualifications. However, like I goaded her on because I was like, dude, seriously, you worked with this shit for so long, like this is your qualification. Why don't you just go in? And she was very, very reluctant to do so until I pushed her to do that. And when she asked questions about it, which was even so weird, they replied to her in such a snide and bad tone that she essentially almost got dissuaded from applying to it until I told her you should ask what the fuck they're talking about because this shit doesn't sound nice. It was insane.
100%. This study is usually invoked as evidence that, well, women need a little more confidence. But I think it's evidence that women have been socialized to aspire to perfection and they're overly cautious.
Yes.
And even when we're ambitious, even when we're leaning in, that socialization of perfection has caused us to take less risks in our careers. And so those 600,000 jobs that are open right now,
This reminds me,
in
I
tech,
have to fix
women
up
are being
my
left behind.
applications.
And it means our economy is being left behind on all the innovation and problems women would solve if they were socialized to be brave instead of socialized
No, I know you do. We've talked about this on multiple occasions
to be
on
perfect.
a lot of things.
So in 2012, I started a company
Like
to
not
teach
only
girls to code.
by the job things.
And what
we
I
talked about
found
it
is
in
that by
a lot of
teaching them
things.
to code, I had socialized them to be brave. Coding, it's an endless process of trial and error, of trying to get the right command in the right place, with sometimes just a semicolon, making the difference between success and failure. Code breaks, and then it falls apart, and it often takes many, many tries till that magical moment when what you're trying to build comes to life. It requires perseverance. It requires imperfection. We immediately see in our program our
So
girls'
good,
fear
dude.
of not getting it right, of not being perfect. Every Girls Who Code teacher tells me the same story. During the first week, when the girls are learning how to code, a student will call her over and she'll say, I don't know what code to write. The teacher will look at her screen and she'll see a blank text editor. If she didn't know any better, she'll think that her student spent the past 20 minutes just staring at the screen. But if she presses undo,
They have screens usually. That's why she's looking down. They usually have teleprompters that are transparent and don't show anything on one side and show it on the other side. That's what I've seen.
a few times, she'll see that her student wrote code and then deleted it. She tried, she came close, but she didn't get it exactly right. Instead of showing the progress that she made, she rather showed nothing at all. Perfection or bust. It turns out that our girls are really good at coding, but it's not enough just to teach them to code. My friend Lev Bree, who's a professor at the University of Columbia and teaches Intro to Java, tells me about his office hours with computer science students. When the guys are struggling with an assignment, they'll come in and they'll say, Professor, there's something wrong with my code.
I'm
The
glad you
girls will
find it
come in and say,
relatable though.
Professor, there's something wrong with me. We have to begin to undo the socialization of perfection, but we gotta combine it with building a sisterhood that lets girls know that they are not alone. Because trying harder is not gonna fix a broken system.
Yeah, I would love to hear your take on that.
I'm afraid to raise my hand.
Because
I'm
I
afraid
think
to ask a
I
question.
have a creative
Because
block
I don't
because
wanna
I
be the
can't
only one
I've recently
who doesn't understand.
started getting it
The
back
only
again
one who's
because
struggling.
I haven't had
When we teach girls to
my
be
mind
brave,
hasn't been in the
and we
space
have a
where I
supportive
needed to
network
create.
cheering them
And
on,
that's why I have
they
the
will build incredible things.
write me a story thing, because
And
now
I
it's
see
actually
this
working for me.
every day. Take, for instance, 2 of our high school students who built a game called Tampon Run. Yes, Tampon Run. To fight against the menstruation taboo and sexism in gaming. Or the Syrian refugee who dares show her love for her new country by building an app to help Americans get to the polls. Or a 16-year-old girl who built an algorithm to help detect whether a cancer is benign or malignant.
16-year-old
in the off
girl.
chance that she can save her daddy's life because he has cancer. These are just 3 examples of thousands of girls who've been socialized to be imperfect, who've learned to keep trying, who've learned perseverance. And whether they become coders or the next Hillary Clinton or Beyonce, they will not defer their dreams. And those dreams have never been more important for our country.
Talking from an American
For the
perspective,
American
though,
economy, for any economy to grow, to truly innovate, we cannot leave behind half our population. We
But
have to socialize our girls
do you
to be
agree with
comfortable
that, though, that it
imperfection, and we
doesn't
gotta
exist, Sigrid?
do it now.
If you teach it and hold like
We
lectures on the
cannot
subject?
wait for them to learn how to be brave like I did when I was 33 years old. We have to teach them to be brave in schools and early in their careers when it has the most potential to impact their lives and the lives of others. And we have to show them that they will be loved and accepted, not
Like for me, like it's been a couple of years since I've actually taken time to sit down, write, and do it. Like I've had all these ideas and shit in my brain, but for some reason it hasn't worked out. I don't know why. And some of the reasons, like I've had this fever in my brain, and doing part of the thing I put like so much effort in my alerts and stuff like that was because like I had to get it out, right? I like creative spurts. I like to write. I like to design. I do these things, and I couldn't for some reason get it down. I couldn't get the words down. I couldn't, like, even with music and stuff like that. And it just, I don't know, it just wasn't there. It didn't come out. And that's why like I stopped GMing for a while, because like I couldn't formulate my thoughts around it. It was actually really hard. And I could still feel like this burning sensation in my mind because I have all these things and I need to get out that creative drive, but I couldn't. Until just like recently, then I started like, it started flowing again. It was like a dam or a blockage.
but for being courageous.
It's not like I didn't
And so
have
I need
ideas.
each of you
It's like that
tell
they
every
didn't.
young woman you know, your sister, your niece,
They
your
didn't
employee,
become
your
coherent.
colleague, to be comfortable with imperfection. Because when we teach girls to be imperfect and we help them leverage it,
Unless I was helping other
we will
people,
build a
then it
movement
works. Then I could,
of young
I
women
could
who
do
are
it.
brave and who will build a better
was no
world
problem.
for themselves and for each and every one of us. Thank you. Thank you.
Amongst the students I supervise, and yours are musical, right? Your students.
Reshma, thank you. It's such a powerful vision you have. You have a vision. Tell me how it's going. Like, how many girls are involved now in your program?
Yeah. So in 2012,
Can you give
we
me
taught
the
20
gist
girls.
of it, Sigrid?
This year we'll teach 40,000.
Because that's one of the things. Unless it's a book for work or actually science, something like that, I haven't opened a single book of. I haven't opened a single fiction book, I think, for over 8 years. 7 years, which is fucked up.
In all 50 states. And That number is really powerful because last year we only graduated 7,500 women in computer science. Like, the problem is so bad that we can make that type of change quickly.
And you're working with some of the companies in this room even, right, who are welcoming graduates from your program?
But
we have about 80 partners, from Twitter to Facebook to Adobe to IBM to Microsoft to Pixar to Disney. I mean, every single company out there. And if you're not signed up, I'm going to find you. Because we need every single tech company to embed a Girls Who Code classroom in their office.
And you have some stories back from some of those companies that when you mix in more gender balance in their engineering teams, that good things happen?
Great things happen. I mean, I think that it's crazy to me to think about the fact that, you know, right now 85% of all consumer purchases are made by women. I mean, women use social media at a rate of 600% more than men. We own the internet. And
I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's one of the reasons why a lot of people, especially women, have, I'm talking out of my ass here, by the way. I have no idea if this is true or not, but gender, like body dysmorphia or stuff like that. I think that is one of the reasons that those kind of things happen.
we should be building the companies of tomorrow. And I think when companies have diverse teams and they have incredible women that are part of their engineering teams, they build awesome things, and we see it every day.
Reshma, you saw the reaction there. You're doing incredibly important work. This whole community is cheering you on.
Thank you.
All power to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No. I'm talking out of my ass, so don't quote me on this. But I'm talking about how I'm talking about like gender dysphoria. I mean body dysmorphia. God damn it, and the separate thing like comparing themselves to influencers, celebrities. Like my tits are too big, my tits are too small, my ass is too small, my ass is too big, I'm too fat, I'm too skinny. All that, those kind of things. I think or like I don't have that life that the influencer has. I want to be able to travel. All those things. I think the buying, yes, also is included in that shit. But yeah, that's more or less it. That's what I was thinking of. Okay, guys. I don't have any other videos. So I'm thinking that we should